Okay, we should be in business now. I had to restart the stream and delete it and recreate it because you know, ran into some minor stuff. So basically what happened was I clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah. So actually it was not a glitch, but I was befuddled because I rebooted my computer abruptly, and when that happened, I just was under the wrong assumption that the issue I was encountering was due to that. In fact, sometimes, you know, if I have an abrupt restart, I have to unplug and plug my webcam back in for it to work. But it turned out the issue was really in relation to, I don't know, it was fine, just change the settings. So, yeah, for example, we got the chat window. We're going to actually bring that up right now in case anybody joins the stream. And I'm going to invite some people from the Nerdporial Lifeforms channel. Hopefully won't mind if I do that. I mean, I'm going to wait till his stream is over, of course. I wouldn't start, like, I wouldn't be putting out links like, come now! No, you know. I mean, I could, but that's kind of scummy. There we go. We got the chat window up. Cool. That does look cool. I get paid in 3 hours. I'm sold. Cover art. Also sold by the description. So this guy on the Nerdporial Lifeforms YouTube channel, he's selling a book and it looks kind of cool. Look at that. It's got like a cool spaceship on it. It's called Galaxia of the Galax series. And it's only $20. Actually it's $5 on Kindle. And he says he hopes he gets that Apple buys the rights to his thing. See the sights of space live. Okay, good. I want to make sure they were still live too. You know, you ever like watch the stream and you think it's over, but it's not over? Or you think it's over, you think it's not over, and it is over. Wow, I'm sorry, I'm very distracted today. I had ups and downs today, let me tell you. But that's okay. Life goes on. Obla dee, obla da. In the words of William Shatner, obla dee, obla da. Life goes on. Dun, 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 dun. And so we're now manually adjusting the mechanism for the focusing. I should definitely test out my own hyperlink, make sure that my own stream works. Yeah, in fact, I think the quality is pretty good, so I'm kind of like learning to tweak the quality better. Because I was having some weird issues. Using Restream Studio, which is sort of like when you invite guests to watch a stream. That's Restream Studio. Bye. I can't read. XP. I'm alternating between oh goodness gracious. I'm exchanging messages with people. Let's get back to this. Okay, so we're in full screen mode right here. And I do have a weird issue. I'm seeing like some imperfections in the focusing, I think. It looks like I have some oblong stars. There we go. I just dropped the link. So I better have something to show for it like 10 minutes ago, huh? But jokes aside, we do have some stuff. We do have we're gonna connect to my server and look at the most recent pictures of the Great Orion Nebula. So I'm just waiting for. Did I type that correctly? I did. Okay, good. So we're gonna turn off that, turn that on. This is my astrophotography, one of my astrophotography folders. And basically, periodically, I copy the data from my backyard laptop into these folders. And you can see I have it pretty current from 2021, organized from 21 to 23. And we gotta actually, this is, that's a bummer. Oh, it's not a big deal, but so minor inconvenience. The date these folders were created are not consistent with the date that they were, modified or whatever. So I can't sort by date apparently to like see the, accurate date and time, which is a real bummer. It's not a huge deal, but it's one of those, nice to have. The good news is that if you sort by name and you have an actual date in the folder name, it sorts it correctly. So not all is lost. Also interesting is that the subfolders do have the correct dates. So that's basically fine. So now what we're going to do is open up the Great Orion Nebula. Took some decent pictures of it in different settings. But I am going to have to circle back because I want to make sure the current picture is getting captured correctly. But I did want to show you guys this, and basically we have different ways of viewing this. We can like auto adjust, which we already did. If I crank down the exposure, you can see different details. And so in the image processing, we can get the software to, show us more or less of certain elements. So the middle is all blown out in this version. But as I crank up the histogram, you can see that we can see cosmic dust clouds. There we go. I just said good night unless you tune into my stream after this. Now, if anybody leaves a message in the chat and I don't see it, let me know. Well, I don't know how you would let me know, but I'm sure it's working. I'm 80% sure it's working, In fact, I'm going to open up this stream on my telephone. I don't know where my telephone is, so I'm not going to open up this stream. Where is my telephone? Yeah, who needs it, man? I don't like answering the phone anyway. That's the truth of the matter, guys. But yeah, so our night and fellow there we go. I was saying good night, the nerdporeal life form and fellow nerdporealers. So anyway, getting back to over here, yeah, so we got some cosmic dust here, and I did use different settings. So the beauty of using this program is it's one of the better ways to view the images. That's just blue. So technically when I reprocess this, it'll be blue. I might even be able to show you right now. This is basically when you convert the black and white to the cyan, which is basically blue. Wait, is Baron Orman Tag live right now? You're on, both of you. All right, so I'm gonna leave a link to my good friend, the anime guy, because I do want to give people options here. Also, check out Brandon, the anime guy. It's funny because it's so funny because takes one to know one. Yeah. I hope these guys didn't just start. I ain't gonna cannibalize my friend. Oh, good. Okay, this has been running for a while, so there's hope that I can share out my stream still. I'll be streaming way after this is over. But for now, it's a treat to see and even Baron. Okay, I'm just trolling here. So Baron, he's a funny fella. He goes and he'll like yell "nerd" when I jump into the chat, and then we'll throw jokes back at each other. So yeah, when we do actual processing, this blue will be combined with the red. And what's interesting is I'm not seeing a lot of noise, but I bet you some of these white dots are hot pixels. And what's funny is, like, I'll set the temperature on the camera to -15, and it'll register -15 on the image sensor. But it seems that in the summertime, I get way more hot pixels despite it registering the ultra low temperature. So I'm not really sure why that happens exactly. I mean, I have a theory, but anyway, now that it's getting nippy outside, I can do two things. I can maintain -15 at only 50% power, and I can bring it down even lower if I want. But generally, I don't like to crank it down lower unless it's like obscenely cold outside. Now, the important thing is, I got to try to get this in focus. So I'm going to focus on this before I go back to pictures of the Orion Nebula. I do have an upload that I want to share tomorrow, yesterday actually. I wanted to share the upload yesterday. Now I'm purposely overshooting the mark because I want to see how out of focus it is. Hey, what's up, Lemon Pie? Thanks for dropping by. Bear in mind that Brandon the anime guy is also live, and I only say that because I respect Brandon. He's a friend, and I don't want to cannibalize his viewership. But did you see the Orion Nebula that I had on screen a minute ago? I'll be happy to pull it back up, and I plan on pulling it up again because I want to also analyze last night's collected data. But we had some pretty good raw data from last night of the Great Orion Nebula. So right after I focus on this target here, we're going to take a good look at that. So right now I'm just dialing in the motorized focuser, 50 steps at a time. Oh, you didn't? Okay, well, you're in for a real treat. maybe not a real tree. Maybe it's fake. Depending if you think the Earth is flat, it's not real, right? Now, jokes aside, yeah, I could rant about flat Earth, and I don't pick on flat Earthers. Like, I try to convey, what I know to them, and I don't expend too much energy trying to convince a flat Earth enthusiast. But it's like you got these like science YouTubers who pick on flat Earthers, and it's like you're picking the low-hanging fruit. And I don't mean to insult flat Earthers. I'm in fact insulting these like science guys, like Bob the science guy, that fucking jerk. Pardon my French. I mean, like, I liked Bob the science guy. He actually did streams just like what I'm doing now. I liked him until he got political, and I'm not gonna go into the weeds on that tonight. But that annoyed me. Like, I just found that annoying, and I think he, once again, like, he's one of those guys who picks the low-hanging fruit. And anyway, let's get to the subject here. So this is the Great Orion Nebula, and I captured this picture in a blue filter. I believe it's like a 2-minute exposure. Let's take a look. We got the settings right here. This was captured -15 degrees, blue filter, and our exposure time was 60 seconds, I think, if I'm reading that correctly. Oh, wait, was that 600 seconds? I can't read that. No, we're going to get a baseline comparison to another picture. I want to say that's in milliseconds. If that's in milliseconds, then yeah, that's 60 seconds. Because 60,000, milliseconds. So that's a 60-second exposure. But wait, there's more. So we got a picture over here, also 60 seconds. Now, this one was in probably a different color. I would assume green. So let's open up a picture in green. So do we have green? For some reason, we don't have green here. I don't know why. I don't know why there's no green here. And I clicked on the wrong color by accident. I basically generated a false color image. But anyway, when I do processing, this will be done in green. And essentially, you combine your red and your blue together, you get your green, a little green in there, you're going to get like a purplish color. And so a cool thing about the Great Orion Nebula is you can see all of this stellar dust in the, blocking the light in the middle. Now, I usually like to do longer exposures, but it's so bright, a longer exposure would cause this region to get blown out even more. So what we do is we took pictures with different settings. This one looks like this one's a 300,000 millisecond. This is a 5-minute exposure. So this would have been a longer exposure. It would have been like 5 times longer. And we did this one on a hydrogen filter, which blocks out a lot of light pollution, but you can see how much clearer the image is. You can also see there's a lot more noise in the image now because, hot pixels are going to show up more prominently under these circumstances. But what's super cool is like that smooth, dust cloud stuff there. Now, I'm going to try to zoom out, and we're going to adjust some stuff here. We're going to try to just adjust it. I mean, like, this would make a good, like, luminance layer, if nothing else. And this will ultimately map to a ruby red. We'll try to see if we can get a ruby red right now. Yeah, this will look something like this, as a matter of fact. This is a pretty accurate. Now, the only caveat is, I don't know why I'm getting those horizontal lines across the image, but this one might be too blown out, but that's why we would combine it with other layers to try to cut away the bright part and mix it with, other data. But we can also do the opposite. We can crank it up a bit just to see what we can get out of it. But, just like seeing this stuff in our night's sky is kind of cool, knowing that you could point the telescope at a dark patch of sky and reveal something like this. Now, actually, this was not revealed in a dark patch of sky. This would be a little hard to see with the naked eye, but I wouldn't call this like impossible to see with the naked eye. The real tricky thing is that you would need to have a little magnification. But if you took your camera phone and pointed it at the legs of the Orion constellation, I like to say the legs because it's the legs. Orion is a guy. This target is a little splotch. that sits between Orion's knees. That would be like the most, like, I think, accurate way for me to word it. This is between Orion's knees. And so if you take a camera, you put it down on a fence post and you put it on like, you know, manual mode 60-second exposure, meaning it keeps the shutter soaking in the light for 60 seconds, you'll see some like bluish color there. You will see something. I just randomly mentioned to Brandon, the anime guy. I was like, this looks cool. And I mentioned I started watching the Dugram. Fang of the Sun Dugram, which is another mecha anime. So let's see what else we have here. So was that the limit here? No, of course we got more. This one was probably a red. Yeah, this is a plain old red filter. This would have been different than the hydrogen filter. A little fuzzier. But we still have stuff here. So if we do, let's see, and we did a shorter exposure here too. So it's like some areas are more detailed, like this stuff here. But unlike this one here, you can see like where it's kind of blown out. See that this is red, this is hydrogen alpha, and basically, like, I don't know if I can get the same scale on both of them. Yeah, actually, allegedly, this is the same zoom. I feel like it's not, but it's probably just due to the positioning of everything. Yeah, that one's a little tricky to handle, so we're not going to go crazy on that right now. But I was happy to see Orion, the Orion Nebula, back in season. Let's see if we got any other of the raw data. We got the Pleiades. Oh yeah, we've got two things here, but I think some of the Orion Nebula stuff was captured before and after midnight, respectively. Wow, these folders have like incorrect timestamps, which pisses me off, but it's not like a big deal. The file names have the right timestamp, I think, yeah. So the Pleiades I captured very late in the evening. So this one here is a little tricky to see. And there's a couple of different ways to skin a cat on this one. Yeah, maybe we got it somewhere here. So you're getting a hint of it here, but it sort of looks like a dirty window, like being smeared. So we're gonna see if we can get a better image of that. This would have been the one with the best settings, I believe. So it don't look like much at the moment, but let's see if we can adjust our histogram. You know, I'm a little disappointed here with what I'm seeing. Little disappointed with this one here. We'll keep at it. This one we had like a satellite or something in the frame. We got that little streak. So, okay, maybe not as exciting as I thought yesterday. Unless I'm opening up the wrong pictures. I'm not as excited by what I'm seeing right now. But I'm going to just rest my case for now. And I'm going to just make sure the camera is doing its job. So this is the, something called, oh shoot. Wait, no, wait. This is like the Rose Star Cluster or some funny name like that. And I think it's in focus, so we can actually take pictures. So we want to take pictures in red, blue, and green. And we already missed a lot of raw data. And I think 2 minutes is probably a sweet spot. Any shorter, too short any longer is going to be problematic. And so now I can go and resume what I was doing, which is I got some acrylic paint. Oh, come on. Okay, I take it back. I don't have any acrylic paint thinner in this bottle, so I'm literally going to dip the brush in the bottom of the bottle of acrylic paint thinner. Pray that what little is left in there doesn't evaporate. And hope that I can clean this paintbrush. Hey, what's up, Raquel? What are you doing here? Now I feel bad. No, I'm kidding. It's good to see you, Raquel. But I feel bad now I'm stealing people from Brandon. Unless you have 2 tabs open, then it's okay. Nah, I'm joking, though. But it's good to see you, Raquel SSG 2211. I just read that like a robot. So anyway, bum, I left my sandpaper downstairs. That's okay. So, yeah, we were just looking at the rose star cluster right here. It's actually got 3 names. It's got Caroline's Rose Cluster. It also has the moniker Ghost Cluster and Star Mist Cluster. Oh, it's got like 5 names. Herschel's Spiral Cluster, Crab Cluster, and a Screaming Skull Cluster. So, I mean, this is like right in the Halloween spirit right here. Between Ghost Cluster and Screaming Skull Cluster. I hear you. I was doing multitasking, streaming, watching people before too. So we're in the same boat, I think. And I was showing some pictures of the Great Orion Nebula, which actually might be in target. Like I might actually say screw this cluster, which is still in a pretty good part of the sky. See, like the higher it is in the sky, the better. And at some point, I may want to work on Andromeda Nebula, but I find that, Andromeda Galaxy Nebula, but Andromeda is a pain in the butt. It is. It's always been a pain in the butt. So let's take a look at what we have here. So M42, the Orion Nebula, it's still at a low angle. So, you know, we're going to be cutting diagonally through the atmosphere. Also, it sounds like we're getting a passing cloud. I'm hearing some beeps in my head that are telling me that a cloud is probably interfering with the auto guiding. So, that will impact image quality. This is the Pleiades Nebula. Now, this one is not a total pain in the butt, but I have had mixed results with this target right here. And you can see it basically fits in the frame of my camera. This red rectangle here, which you can barely see, that is, you know, basically, I adjusted that to match my image sensor square. So I have some pictures of Pleiades right here, and well, that one looks like that's a post-sunrise picture right there. Yeah, so at some point, you know, the sun starts rising, and that pretty much means you can delete everything from like here on down. That's what I do. Oh, I can't delete them. Yes, I have some safeguards on that so I don't accidentally delete the wrong thing. So for now, we'll leave that alone. It's not so much so I don't delete the wrong thing. It's so that anyone else who shares my home computer network, if they get compromised, they don't compromise my data, because, you know, unfortunately, you never know what type of stupid shit other people are going to do on their computer, you know? And it sucks, but it's a fact of life sometimes, you know? And so I sometimes think in this very paranoid mindset, like, what if somebody does anything stupid and my computer gets hacked because of my lackadaisical security? So sometimes I take certain measures that make it a little harder for me to, you know, run my computer. And yes, our friend, my friend here, hey, what up, Orville Nation? Slim Nim did mention something cool, and good evening to you, Slim Nim, about the question mark that James Webb took. Yeah, literally, James Webb Space Telescope took a picture of a big question mark. It was a very questionable photo, you could say. So we're just looking at a dull star cluster right now. We're on 2-minute exposures, which have a double-edged sword, but my intent is after the 3rd picture, I'm going to switch to a different color filter, maybe green, maybe blue. Now, green does pick up a lot of light pollution, but since it is a mere star cluster, we could probably say, oh, we got red, green, and blue, stack them, and we could probably have an image processed tonight, potentially. Oh man, that's interesting. I got cheated. Oh, here it is. I can fix that right now. Okay, good. I fixed it. I wanted to make sure this progress bar here is on my screen. Well, yeah, they always say that, right? That, you know, this Voyager probe, this space probe, has resulted in more questions than answers, or each answer leads to more questions, as they say in like half these documentaries. And I got a mixed attitude on certain narratives, but once in a while you might stumble into something called the what do you call it? The electric universe, and I'm not. That's funny. Or does the universe have a question for his? But anyway, so electric universe unfortunately goes and jumps the handle. Like on one angle, there's people that have strong doubt about dark matter, and I can see like some, from my perspective, from what little I know, I can see why that seems pretty reasonable, but I might be wrong. On the other hand, I'll get into like polite debates, arguments with a coworker, where he'll say something like he heard in some video that dark matter was invented to explain why the gravity of the moon, why the sun's gravity doesn't pull the moon away from the earth. Because the argument he was giving me was that the sun's gravity is so much stronger, and we're expecting rain in New York on Saturday, so probably not going to get to see that solar eclipse, fellas. It's kind of a relief to me, because I really didn't want to have to like retrofit my imaging rig to accommodate the solar filter. But on the other hand, I wouldn't have minded being able to get really cool pictures either. So where was I? So I'll give you an example. I saw this comment once, and a guy was saying how like, oh, I'm quoting a guy now. I'm quoting a guy who left a comment. So this guy leaving a comment on some video goes, he used to watch all of the science documentaries. He used to watch all of the astronomy documentaries, and it was so over his head. He said it was like so complex and so hard to comprehend, and all of this stuff. Then one day he saw a documentary called The Electric Comet. And the guy says like, one day I saw a documentary called The Electric Comet. And essentially he sums it up with, it all became so clear. All of a sudden it became so clear. And it's like, why is that like, something else? Okay, you don't understand this. So you say, okay, these guys are in authority, and I don't trust these guys in authority. But then another authority, who's, essentially gatekeeping information or whatever, they act like they're being transparent, but they're basically painting, basically this documentary said that comets are not made of ice and rocks. Because essentially the theory is that a comet is a rocky thing that, has ice on it, and when it gets near the sun, the ice sublimates. The ice, essentially turns into steam. It makes that big tail coming off the comet, and they call that outgassing. But then, when you look at a close-up picture of a comet, it's got a rocky surface, It's like, so people will argue that, oh, this is a big lie. And so then the people making the Electric Universe documentaries, they take the data from the Rosetta probe, which is a NASA probe that analyzed, a comet up close. I think it might have even sent a lander on the comet. It definitely got close to a comet. And it detected a bunch of electromagnetic stuff. And so these guys go, see, a comet is not made out of ice. It's a electromagnetic phenomenon. It is, and the problem is that they have this attitude that their version of the universe being electric has to be mutually exclusive from the existing model. And the problem is that like these things exist in space. Electricity is a thing, it's like, it's not like a secret that the sun has strong electromagnetic forces. And thanks, PJ. It's always fun when I was on your stream a few times. That's always a good time. I think I was on PJ show once or twice. It was a good time. Yes, it's the way of the information transfer to like mind is. You can make a child remember the look of 2 + 2 = 4. And so, basically like when you, let's say like a comet is ice, and that ice turns into steam, or, sublimates. Sublimating means that it goes straight from like the solid to gaseous state. Like it doesn't even become a liquid. And there's two reasons this happens, and you'll notice that I think water boils more easily at higher altitudes where the air is really thin, and it's essentially the same logic that you know, like in space, the water is going to boil readily, and we have the astronomy thing in the top right corner, and you can see on the top of this screen here. Can I point? Okay, there we go. Up here, you can see I got like the camera showing that it's got to take a 2-minute picture. So actually, it's going to be 2 more minutes before we see the first picture. But in 2 more minutes, we'll have the first updated picture in the green filter. And I'm probably going to only take 2 pictures in green and shuffle over to the red filter because I want to move it along. I want to get a picture that is similar to the wallpaper on my desktop on my right monitor. So see that? If we zoom in on it, we can see like a red giant over here. It looks like a red giant star. And these stars aren't white. They have like a tan color to them. So I did try to, you know, get accurate color representation there. I don't mean that color. I don't mean that type of color representation. I mean actual color rendition in this case. So that would be the correct term. Interesting. Your streams are different, kind of unique, which is really good. Good example. Thank you. I appreciate that. You know, you got to be different, right? It's not so much. I'm not even trying right now. Like, I mean, I'm trying a little bit. I'm not saying I'm absolutely not trying, but you know, I'm still trying to find my footing, to be honest. And like recently, I started doing these like Monday night streams, which I would never dream of doing a stream on Monday night. But then I'm like, let's try it out, and it kind of worked. Like I was like, you know, even though like I have work at 5 a.m. on Monday. So this is I made a minor mistake when painting this, but it's not the end of the world. So I forgot, I didn't prime it because I wasn't even planning on painting this. What happened was, while I was you know, looking at the final work, I saw that this part should be yellow and it's not. And it's not like the most important thing. It's the back of the Gundam. So basically what I did was I just put on extra coats of paint, you know. In fact, I used a paint marker on one side. Ooh, making a bigger mess of this than I planned on. We used a paint marker on one side. Only thing I not regret, but I wish I could have one day streamed with Cardinal Sin. Like, that would have been cool. May he rest in peace. Now, I don't know if there's a need to archive his content. I mean, it'll be up on YouTube for a little while, I think, but at some point we could take it into our own hands and try to archive it. And if we want, we can even take turns. We can say, okay, you're responsible for downloading these 100 videos, and you're responsible for downloading these 100 videos. Thank you, PJ. I appreciate your feedback. I think, yeah, something about Monday night seems like that it could work, you know, like, which is weird because I don't really want to do Monday streams, but you know, it's like, I mean, it's not that I don't want to do Monday streams, actually do, because I'm doing them because I want to do them. But what I mean is, like, you know, it wasn't like the first idea that would pop into my head, like, let's do Monday streams, you know, like that was not at all the first like idea that came to mind. Okay, so this is okay. We know what happened here. We're gonna crank down the histogram, crank it up. Oof. Okay, that's not bad. That is not bad. So I know it may not look like much, but this is green. So the last one we took was like blue, red, blue. And we took blue, this is green, and we combined the blue and the green together to get colors. Yeah, Claude, I gotta say, he was a good guy. I didn't know he was a liberal. I'm putting that in quotes because, I mean, it's okay to be liberal. Like, could mean a lot of things, but like, he literally unabashedly says in his profile, I'm a progressive liberal or something like that. And, you know, I think he was like the type of guy who, you know, genuinely believed or espoused the values that he believed in. It wasn't like that, you know, the bullshit type, you know, like he meant what he meant, you know. It's sort of like environmentalists. Like, I remember my mom told me about an actor who like was this big environmentalist, but the thing was, he had like a composting toilet. He had a property that like was set up, you know, for being green. He had like solar panels and a private windmill that he built, you know, and basically like he recycled his fucking garbage. Like he literally, you know, recycled his trash. You know, like he like reused cardboard or whatever he had to do. He did what he felt he could get away with doing, I guess, you know, to recycle. And I'm sure this guy did not use alkaline batteries if he used batteries at all. And that's an easy way to, like, you know, reduce your impact on the environment. Because I mean, look, while you got all these people bitching about climate change, and I'm not saying it's not real, that's an easy false dichotomy to fall into, but it's not that important. Like, it's not like that you're gonna have everything on fire because nobody cares. I mean, look, these guys, these elites, rich guys, whatever you want to call them, politicians, they fly to Davos. Why can't they have a Zoom meeting? You know, if it's such an emergency, have a Zoom meeting. But anyway, I didn't mean to change topic on that. I'm not going to stay on that topic. So these are Panasonic Eneloop batteries. Now, these are Eneloop Pro. They have the black label on them. And these actually don't fit in my Speak and Spell. So they come with these adapters, or you could buy adapters where you stuff these inside of a thing the size of a C battery. And so you can use these inside of a Speak and Spell. But these are just slightly too tall. In fact, I have some batteries that are dented on the bottom because I tried pushing them into my Speak and Spell. So one of these days I got to modify my Speak and Spell to run on these rechargeables, but no big deal. And just for reading the chat, and once again I appreciate everyone passing condolences to our friend Gil Cardinal Sin. It's like sort of too soon and unexpected. He was very interesting. I had so many questions I would have wished to ask him if I'd known he wasn't going to be on this earth for long. Like, as weird as it sounds, like I was curious about his camera setup from the late 90s, early 2000s. I think he was using a mini DV camcorder, but I don't know. I think the best time to stream is when you feel like it and have time. Yeah, and you know, I mean, I want to strike a good balance because I think sometimes people do like 6-hour streams. But I also think that it doesn't hurt to you know, do like what do you call it? Like if you have something that's worth 6 hours and if people can come and go as they please, that's kind of cool. Now, by the way, one thing I'm weak on is not allowing people to join. I mean, it's not that I don't allow people to join. I'm happy to let people join. I just gotta start inviting people for real. Like, really make sure there's no like doubt that I want people to join. And maybe I'll do that. Maybe this Monday I'll make like a talk show out of it, you know? And so if anybody wants to be on my Monday show with me, let me know. Now, only caveat is it's dictated by when I eat dinner. So that's why I never schedule it ahead of time. But if I find that 3 weeks in a row, I'm starting to stream around the same time every time, I might start, you know, doing that, you know? So what we do is we lower the exposure time, and we crank up our history, and we look for like a star or stars that are bright enough. And these are blurry, you can see, right? So that means that if we adjust the focuser, these should become pointier. So we're going to do that right now. We're going to increment the focuser by 25 steps. Okay, now we're overshooting the mark, and that's okay. So we're going to crank the focuser out and bring it back in. It's semi-manual focus. Like, it's not fully automatic and it's not fully manual because we have a motorized unit handling it. But unfortunately, it's not quite where I want it yet. So I see we're just dialing in the motorized focuser. And yeah, Raquel's not kidding. She's multitasking like I'm doing right now. Like, see, look, we got anime guy in the back. Now, I wouldn't have anime guy on the front. I mean, in the back, I would put him in the front. But I found out that the way I have my my chat window set up, if I put this window in the background and somebody sends a message, you don't see the upper left corner update. So I have to keep this window in the front. But it works so well. I mean, could we make the font bigger? Yeah, I might one day do that. Right now, I think it's fine, but you know. We need to find a program that lets you look at two black holes slamming together. You know, there might be, you know, there's some interesting workflows. Like, I think you could buy a exoplanet photometry filter, but really that's more like you're analyzing the wavelengths of light. You're not really doing much else. You're not really imaging the exoplanet directly. I don't even know how it works. All right, we're dialing in that motorized focus. First time I met Raquel, I met her in along with what's her name, Moira Kitty, and I saw Moira Kitty today. It's a long time since I seen Moira. It's good to see her. Hope she's doing all right. I like everybody who's nice to me. I'm a simple guy like that. You're nice to me, I like you. So let's get into controversial stuff. Israel. No, I'm kidding. I'm not touching that with a 150-foot pole. I think I'm woefully ignorant on that topic to touch it with a 10-foot pole, truly. You know, I can make theories up, but any dunce can do that. We need a... Oh, I read that. YouTube is supposedly working out a way you can watch 4 screens at once. A bit much if you ask me. Well, I mean, like, I didn't need YouTube to make that possible, but on a phone, I guess that would be a nice feature to have on a phone. Because right now, only way I can do 2 YouTube videos at once is using the pop-out window feature on a Samsung device, and it works. It works. Of course, actually, something I'm going to do today when I get paid, I'm going to print out a shipping label for this phone. This is my Galaxy Note 20. Now, it's not on right now, but if you look here, there's like a crack. You can see that crack right there. Everything from here on down blanks out and flickers. So I have to like press on the glass, and when I press on the glass, it works. But it's going to cost me $300 to fix, but, you know, $500 phone that I got, you know, for cheaper than what it would otherwise cost. So I'm willing to spend the $300 to get it fixed. The $300 comes with a battery. So that's kind of cool, because the battery was only 80% certified or whatever when I got it. And that's good to hear. Thanks for sharing, Raquel, that Moira is doing well and that she's probably asleep. Asleep, you say? No, I'm kidding. I'm joking. So anyway, now, only caveat is because I can't find my paint thinner. I've been using like 99% isopropyl alcohol to clean this brush. And it's not really the it actually kind of works. You know what doesn't work though? If you use like, what do you call it, paint thinner, enamel paint thinner on this to clean it, it gets all gunky. So enamel paint thinner will make acrylic paint gunk up. That's what I learned. Ron, I got to go eat. Have a fun stream. Everyone else, thanks for the greetings and chill. You all have a good night. Thank you, Slim Nim. You have a good night too, and enjoy your edible food. Hopefully the food is edible. We wouldn't want the food to not be edible, right? That would suck. So anyway, greetings to Troy Pichelli. Last call with Troy Pichelli, and tomorrow night, I think at like 9:00 p.m. it will be the last call. So get your drinks in before Troy ends his stream. And in about 90 seconds, we will have the red image for the target that we were looking at. In the meantime, let's see if we can look at the last picture of the target. So we'll pop into that capture folder. And you know what, Troy? Just for you, and not just for you, we had a lot of other people jumping in since before you came in. Like, I'm going to show everyone the Great Orion Nebula. No doubt. It's my pleasure. So anyway, and we're going to open up a few versions of this, because this one here is actually... we're going to open up 3 versions. So this is regular red. So I don't know why they call it Cinnabar, but we're going to put Cinnabar up because we use a black and white camera, but we have a red filter attached to that black and white camera. And that is essentially another way of saying, instead of capturing black and white, we're capturing black and red, or black and blue, or black and cyan, apparently. And those two, I think, were like 60-second or 60-second exposures or something like that. And then somewhere in here we have a 5-minute exposure, and I think that's not this one. This one is green. Now, I would open up the green one, but for some reason this application doesn't let me pick green. I don't know why. I don't think this software is intended for exactly what I'm using it for, so that's probably why. It's the software we're using for viewing the images tonight is the Subaru image processor Makali. It's got a Hawaiian name, but I think it has something to do with the Subaru telescope, which may or may not be a Japanese telescope. Now, one really weird thing about this one is done in hydrogen alpha. Hydrogen alpha is basically ionized hydrogen, and what you'll see is that in some ways we have like really good detail, and maybe it'll look better in the grayscale. Like, look at those wispy details. Like, it just looks so smooth, right? And on this one here, though, we got more detail here, more detail here. And, essentially, like, we're going to combine the red, blue, and green colors in order to, get something that looks like a shade of purple. And what we're seeing is we're seeing stellar dust or some, gas and dust blocking the light coming from the middle of this nebula. Same thing here. Dust, all over here, all over there. It's just a bunch of gas and stuff. And I would say this one's larger, but it's not larger. It's just more blown out. We can even see the way that it's just a little bit shifted. And we could probably... There we go. So let's switch that one. That's hydrogen. But basically, I'm just showing. We're definitely looking at this pattern here, but on the brighter picture, you can see a lot more of the periphery. And so there's processing techniques, which is when we combine the separate layers and colors together and all of that, where we combine some of this peripheral area with some of this central area, because, we certainly don't want to lose the little protruding column here, this nice column of dust. We want to keep that, so that is, just part of what we're going to do when we process that imagery. So getting back to the current image, we're going to, there we go. So we just got 2 pictures, good. And we can take a third one if we want. We don't absolutely need a third one, but I figure while we're at it, and this one I might be able to process tonight. The only thing is that I have not installed Pix Insight on this computer, so I'll have to be using ancient Photoshop, an ancient version of Photoshop. And I'm thinking about imaging this with another filter, like a narrowband filter. We can get a luminance layer out of it, but I did a 10-minute exposure in ionized oxygen, and I saw like nothing. Hardly anything came through. So, I'm not going to waste too much time on that. Oh, cool. Anyway, let's see here. So, the Pleiades, like, I thought I got pretty good pictures of this yesterday. And when I opened up the raw data from last night, I was not a happy camper. And we're going to investigate that right now, because we do have the Pleiades data in these 2 folders. Oh, we also have the North American Nebula. And what's this? NGC 6823. I forgot what this was. Guess we'll find out together what this is. Oh, wait, how am I opening this? Oh, this is one I took tonight. This one could be cool, but I have to open it up in another program, and I don't really want to open up pictures on my backyard computer because it's, it's a older computer. It's a poor computer is working as hard as it is, all right? That's the truth of the matter. That computer is working hard as it is. Oh, happy Friday the 13th. And yeah, that stream that Troy's having tonight or tomorrow at 9 p.m., depending on how you look at it. I usually say tomorrow is the day after. I mean, it's the time I wake up. When I wake up, that's tomorrow. So these were like calibration frames. So I don't expect to see anything here. These were like frames that I captured just to like line up the telescope. So Pleiades, like you saw it right there in the imaging software. It looks like a dirty windshield. Like, see how like I'm gonna try to get this. So see how like so see how like it looks like a dirty windshield. You got these bright stars. You get this like blue smearing here. And same thing here. It's got this blue smearing here. It looks like a dirty windshield. Look at those streaks. So, yeah, that's essentially what you're trying to capture. You're trying to capture the 7 sisters of the Pleiades. And, oh, and this one, okay, so we actually got image, you know what? It's got 5 seconds left on the next frame, so we might as well let it rip. But that's, you know, essentially what you want to see when you're doing the Pleiades. You want to see that dirty windshield. And we can kind of see a hint of it here. Like you can see a slight hint, but it's not enough. And like if I crank it up, you can see like a hint of it, but I don't know what I'm doing wrong exactly. But we can try to stretch the histogram aggressively. See, like you kind of see the dirty windshield effect. It just doesn't look like we got that little swirling streak over there, but it's not quite what I'd want out of it. So, you know, just checking making sure that, okay, there we go. Some of it, yeah, it might be space dust or at the very least, gas. And so, like, this one here is a little tricky because I've always had trouble imaging it. And if I'm having trouble imaging it, I'm probably not the guy to speak about it. But this tends to come out in blue. Guess we could try to represent the blue. It's not a perfectly accurate blue. The stars are white, but you'll get like this bluish, you know, streaking here. And it could be that we have elements in there, like ionized oxygen. And when ionized oxygen is electrically charged because it's in close proximity to stars, or the light from the stars themselves is electrically charged, that is the type of light we could pick up on. And some of it's dust, some of it is going to be straight up gas. Gas that absorbs light, hence why we see some details. And like the Orion Nebula, what we saw, Raquel, I think, you know, just by all appearances, that was a combination of gas and dust. Whereas this is just a straight up globular star cluster. Apparently, I talked for so long it captured a 5th frame, but now we got like plenty of frames of this target. In the meantime, we can see if there's something else we could aim the telescope at. Now, Pleiades, can't say I'm crazy about doing the Pleiades, but you know, maybe we need to take a light-hearted target for a minute, you know, test out our equipment. So we're gonna slew over to Jupiter. Okay, so now I can't get a lot of Jupiter detail. My summer telescope might be better equipped, or the next telescope I buy might just be equipped to do planets again. But right now, this telescope has a nice wide field of view. It's not particularly equipped for planetary imagery. So yeah, we lobbed on the paint kind of heavy here, but I'm okay with that because I just am. I'm okay with it. And basically, I just want to cover up all of the blue because I failed to prime it. At this point, I'm just laying it on thick. And you know what? I just thought about it. I might put some black lines on here or something. But, you know, I should have primed it first. And I'm tempted to clean the paint, strip the paint. You can see I only masked the one of them because it was a pain in the butt to mask it, so I tried not to mask it. Okay, real quick, we're back on target. Now, this is just Jupiter, so we don't really expect much from Jupiter. Excuse me, sorry about that. I was just focusing on the paint for a second. So let's see. We're now looking at Jupiter, so we should crank down the exposure time a lot because Jupiter doesn't really require a long exposure. I mean, it's Jupiter. Jupiter is obscenely bright. In fact, looks like it's in the corner of this frame here. It looks like it's not even in the center. It's not in the center at all. So we're gonna get it in the frame right now. So you can see it's moving in the long exposure mode. Whoops. The motorized mount is going in the wrong direction. Oof. I think the star flew across. We lost our star. I could do I could do a shorter exposure to make it easier on me, sure. And you could already see some of the Jovian moons, but we're going to get this in the center of the frame so we get an optimal image. Okay, so now we got different ways we can crank this up or crank it down, but essentially we're gonna just, oh yeah, look at that. That's kind of cool. I mean, it wasn't my expectation or intent, but it's a pixelated Jupiter. It is. But we can see some stripes there. You can see dark and light bands, and the weather is pretty good. If I had my high magnification narrow field of view telescope, this would have been amazing to look at. I mean, this shit is right over my head. When I had a planetary telescope, Jupiter was in the worst part. It always flew over behind my house. Now that I'm using a wide field telescope, now Jupiter's being a pain. Now Jupiter's not being a pain in my butt, but it doesn't matter because it's not worth imaging Jupiter for me if I can't get the magnification. So tonight, its moons are close. So you can see moon, moon, moon. So that could be Io, Europa, Callisto, Ganymede. I don't know which three, but we could actually probably check. Okay, so the nearest one, that's Ganymede. Callisto. Further one is Europa. Can we actually see Ganymede? Yeah, look at that. That's Ganymede. And now, obviously, it's not my telescope. You wouldn't be able to image this unless you flew near Jupiter. But Galileo was able to see these points of white light when he looked at it back in the old days. Now, Europa is the one I think they went to in the movie 2001. And it's got like a... This doesn't do any justice for it, but it's got like an icy surface, I think. And some people think that it may be like a subsurface ocean. And Jupiter has like, there we go. This one's got like a rocky looking surface from what we could barely see here. I was going to take my mouse apart, but I didn't yet. When I zoom in and out of my scroll wheel, it jumps. It's absolutely frustrating. Oh, Triangulum. Can we get Triangulum? We want to try to get Triangulum? Let's try to get Triangulum. it's still at a pretty good angle. So we're going to slew the telescope at Triangulum Galaxy. Now Triangulum is our third nearest galactic neighbor. Second only to, I don't know, Andromeda? Yeah, Andromeda would be the closest one. Don't mind me, I'm just cleaning my paintbrush real quick. Yeah, I gotta find my missing acrylic paint then, because I don't want to ruin paintbrushes. I'm pretty sure I won't ruin the paintbrush, but obviously I'd rather clean the paintbrush while it's still, you know, fresh. And like, paintbrushes aren't obscenely expensive, but I don't want to waste paintbrushes if I could avoid it, you know what I mean? Like, so that's where I'm at. Oh wait, yeah, there we go. We got some junk stuck in the middle of the paintbrush. Alright, let's get Triangulum now. Covering up my paint real quick so my paint doesn't disrupt my hand. Okay, so let's take a look here. Stretch the histogram. We see nothing. Why do we see nothing? Well, we got a pretty short exposure right now. Oh, we're also in a narrowband filter. So we're going to switch over to broadband red. It's a shame I misplaced my paint mixing dishes. I bought like a nice little set. It's got like these metal dishes and, you know, like metal cups and stirrers, and I should have put it in my paintbrush, and I did in my paint box, and I didn't. So it's like if I want to whip out the enamel paint, I have to improvise with what type of mixing cup I use. But at this point, we're not quite there yet with the enamel, because we're focusing on, and I'm waiting for the filter to change. Sometimes this program will act like it's going to crash, but it doesn't crash. So we're just waiting patiently. Oops, I just got paint on my mouse. That's probably why my mouse pointer malfunctions. I think I got some primer on the scroll wheel, to be honest. Join me live if you are. Now, I just promised that is ending. Hey, what up there, Whooper Trooper? Oh, good. I'm so glad you're avenged. I didn't even remember making a wrench, but you would make a good wrench. You are a good wrench, because you don't have arms, so we have to you know, give you some opportunity. Nah, jokes aside, he's just a quality wrench. He's like a Boy Scout: trustworthy, faithful, reverent, friendly, courteous, kind, thrifty, brave, and reverent. Okay, I just memorized the Boy Scout motto or some shit. So anyway, let's get back on topic here. But it's great to see the Whooper Trooper here. And you just came in time. Probably not for long. I may do the sleeps soon. Well, let me help you sleep, Whooper Trooper. I'm going to do some ASMR, alright? You ready? ASMR. Psst, 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 psst. I'm kidding. I'm not doing that. I am not doing that shit. Well, bonking people is important. So this Triangulum Galaxy doesn't really have a lot of light coming off of it, does it? Oh, is the camera malfunctioning on me? No, it's not. Okay, good. Now this target just has so little light coming off of it that maybe it is not a good target to try to image. It actually looks like the target's already in focus. Astronomy ASMR. Well, sometimes I fart, and that's like astronomy ASMR, you know? So we're gonna try 2-minute exposure of triangulum and see what we get. Oh, I actually have to line the telescope first. Okay, so we're gonna do that first. So and Brandon, the anime guy, just ended. But if anybody wants to watch them at any point, save that stream link, and you know, maybe watch it some other time. Or if you have a Cal SSG, you already watched it, and you probably hit that like button too, I presume. Which, you know, I recommend doing. But he had a good guest on. He had Baron Orman Tag. And Baron is related to, I believe he's related to the Red Baron. He's the guy who went by the name of Manfred von Richthofen. He was an ace pilot during World War I, and he had a cool plane. The Red Baron had a cool plane. He also made pizza. He went on to make pizza. But before he went on to make pizza, the Red Baron had a cool plane. So his plane was weird because it had like, you know those biplanes? Well, he had a triplane. I'm not even kidding. The Red Baron had a triplane. He had like 3 wings, I guess, stacked vertically. 6 if you're counting 3 on each side. And that had an interesting advantage. You would think like having extra wings would, like, you know, be a hindrance, extra weight, more drag, slowing it down. But it turned out that each wing has the ailerons, which are sort of like flaps but different, and they allow the plane to tilt, you know, to make a spin like a barrel roll. And by having, like, you know, 2 extra flaps or 2 extra ailerons in total, that plane was that much more maneuverable. And you know, I think that's how he was able to survive the war, become famous, and make pizza. Or I forgot, he might not have survived the war. I forgot. He might have been like the Bismarck, one of those guys that everyone hunted down until he was dead. You know? But yeah, biplanes, as Whooper says, biplanes, they're turning the planes gay. No, not gay, they're bi. Big difference, you know. Depending on who you talk to, right? That's always a running joke, like when someone says they're bi, it's like, bro, you're just being selfish now. You're basically gay. And they're like, no, I'm not. Or they don't say, no, I'm not, in a manly voice. They go, no, I'm not. Or, I think, look, I'm not holding against it. If I was a girl, maybe I'd be into girl action too. But being a guy, I would say, like, as a man, you know, I think that men who are bi are probably guys who decided to play both sides because they realized it was rough out there, you know? And it's not my cup of tea, but, you know, I can empathize with the logic if I'm understanding, if I'm making shit up correctly. I can empathize. They decided to deal with the competitive battlefield in this manner. Of course, I'm talking out of my ass here. I don't know. But it sounds good. Oh, synchronized mount? Yes, we do. So what does that mean? Well, okay, I'll show you exactly what's going to happen right now. So there's our reticle, that little, you know, it looks like a rifle, you know, sight, a gun sight, little, you know, crosshair. And when I click on that yes button, it's going to move to the true position. So what just happened was it went, yeah, based on the constellations, this shit was out of alignment. And so we're going to say, okay, bring it back on target. Now we homed in on the target. Now we're looking at the target. Now, yeah, I'm pretty sure he didn't survive the war. You're right, Whooper Trooper. I agree. I'm pretty sure. I mean, at least I concur with your speculation. Hell, I think it's historical fact. Hell, you know what? It's my truth. It's my truth, all right? So who is anybody to dispute my truth? And so you can see these stars are moving still because the gears on the mechanism are still, you know, backlashed. That's okay. We give it a couple of seconds to, like, pick up the backlash. And then we're going to pick it. April 1918. Almost made it. Oh, my God. It's funny. You're right, though. Yeah, that was close. That was a weird war for so many reasons. Did you guys see the movie? What was the name of the movie? I think it was 1915. Might have been 1918. The movie might have been 1918. Now, this movie was weird. I didn't know it at the time I was watching it, but apparently it was directed in some like exotic style where the director basically filmed it in like one long take. But it's not perfect, the thing, but it's yellow on the back. I put some Gundam marker up here to see how that yellow would look, but I'm probably going to wipe it off because I think the default yellow is already fine. That is a Victory Gundam, a V2 Victory Gundam, which is basically the second Victory Gundam. Oh shoot, okay, I gotta redo this again. I gotta hit scan. Then after it scans, we tell it lock. Then we go back here. Now it's gonna take another 2.5 minutes before the first picture comes up. But we'll just let it hang in there and see what comes out. Hopefully we get to see a galaxy, but I don't know, man. This might be like subpar. Oh my god, yeah. Me too. You know what? Assuming that I'm not eating dinner with anyone else tomorrow, I'm probably gonna get myself pizza tomorrow. It's a good idea. In fact, I just want to see. Did I get paid yet? It doesn't matter. I'm not gonna do anything with the money right now, but I want to know if I got paid so that I could plan. Well, it doesn't really matter. Either way, I'm planning on. Oh my god, where's my phone? I wish I didn't just try to log into my bank just now because now I have to get up and grab my phone. Oh good, I heard my phone vibrating somewhere, so it's here. Yeah, pizza is good about any time. That's why the Ninja Turtles like their pizza so much. So, this Gundam I already finished building, but then what I had to do was I had to give it some love. So, you can see right here, I used the thin cement. I need to get a light for my camera here. So, I use this stuff here because what you do is you have a panel line. You can see a vertical line here. You can barely see it. And you put the glue or the cement on that line and it makes the plastic melt or weld the plastic together. And then once you do that, problem was that you have to sand it, but that's okay. When you sand it, the line goes away basically. So the plastic gets welded and the line goes away. Now I ran into two issues, but one of them was this panel line here, which is part of the model, got smoothed away. So even though I'm not that good at using it, I used a scoring tool, which is pretty cool. I saw some like Asian dude on Instagram using one of these, and I was like, I got to get me one of these, just like Will Smith in the movie Men in Black. I have got to get me one of these. So now I got to be careful here. In fact, there we go. We're gonna just, I like to put it like that. Now it does come with this scoring tool. Comes with some tape so that if you accidentally fall off target, you don't scratch you know, the wrong part. See, like I just did right there. I went vertical by accident. All right, let's take a look at the target. It looks like we got a first picture. So this is in the red filter, 2-minute exposure. So you can kind of see like a swirly skid mark here. But oh, there's two reasons why it looks like crap. One, the auto guiding wasn't yet locked on target yet. So after the next picture, we'll see how this looks and we'll decide if we want to crank up the exposure time. So yeah, this is a little tricky. I bought this on recommendation of a Asian guy. Now actually I bought this because the person who did it, the Gunpla is the term for basically Gundam plastic. I don't know what it means, but it essentially refers to these Gundam models that are mostly plastic. And you know, I said, okay, this guy looks like he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's doing a beautiful job on his Gundam model. And so people who do like the heavily custom stuff will often use a tool similar to this. They might do it a little differently, but essentially what they're doing is they're either recreating lines or creating new lines where they weren't before. I'm not that good at it, so what I'll do is if I mess up, I'll try to fix it by like making it like symmetrical, you know? So you make a mess, but you make a symmetrical mess, if that makes sense. So that's sort of my strategy when I mess this up. I gotta make a commercial for Floral from Under a Rock. Does anybody here watch Floral from Under a Rock? Oh, schnitzel. Pardon my French. So I was gonna curse, but I decided to be nice to everyone. Well, not nice, not mean. I mean, it's not mean to curse. Just trying to. Yeah. See, this is a little frustrating to use when you don't know what you're doing, like me. So what I like then to do is I'll make a thicker line. I'll just say, okay, I fucked it up. Let's make a thicker line. You know, so, you know, either that, or I could just buff it out, or I could say, you know what, we're going for a battle-damaged Gundam. We're going for a battle-damaged Gundam right here, you know, like, it's like, let's leave it alone before we make it worse, okay? So I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to go for the let's leave it alone before we make it worse solution. Because, look, we already got, like, a lot of Gundam here to go around. And I see that Troy Petrelli is a fellow fan, fond of Mr. Floral from Under a Rock. Yeah, you know, it's a good time, Floral, you know? And he runs a pretty clean show, which is nice, too, you know? It's like, he shows you can have fun without making it raunchy. On the other hand, Snowdub is a good time, too, and, you know, he's, like, diametrically different in that regard, right? You know, like, he's got the booty breaks, and he's got, like, where, like, he has, like, the bikini models, and it's, like, plays the song, there are hoes in the house. And, you know, like, what I like is that they both respect each other, because, like, sometimes Snowdub will have Floral on his show for, like, the first hour, and he'll basically say, this is the first hour, and once that first hour is over, it's like, okay, we go back to the, whoops, I touched the yellow paint just now, okay, well, that's all right, I think we mostly got what we needed out of this, so we're going to take the tape off before we cause any problems. But, yeah, like, he like did a show with him a few weeks ago, and he was like, okay, first hour is PG-13. Second hour is rated R. So yeah, this one's a little tricky here. You can see like it's got some dust and gas and junk, and it's an entire galaxy. Now, certain galaxies, you just need a lot of raw data. And, you know, one thing you do is crank up the exposure time. Make it a longer exposure. That might reveal the detail I'm seeking. It probably will. So we're going to have to do that, even though it's going to take a long time to see the first image. And one of these days I'm going to do an overhaul on my backyard computer, because I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to take 10 minutes to get a 5-minute exposure. No doubt, Raquel, I would not stick around for the 10 minutes for the first exposure unless I was not planning to go to bed. So you have a good night and have pleasant dreams. But yeah, that's like a minor annoyance about this. Sometimes I'll look for like an easier imaging target, but I mean, the Triangulum Galaxy is in a pretty good part of the sky right now. It's still at, wait, is that 20 degrees? Am I misreading this? No, it's 70 degrees. And where is it? It's still, yeah, it's going west. It's on the west. And so as we go into winter, what's cool is we can see like the inside of the Milky Way galaxy. All of this stuff right here, we're looking at the Milky Way galaxy from inside, basically. And so this gives us a nice plethora of targets, you know? Hell, I could even see Uranus. Seriously, I saw Uranus up here. See, it says Jupiter, Uranus. We already decided we're not doing the Pleiades. I don't know what the Gingrich 1 cloud is, but I don't think it has anything. Oh, that's kind of cool. Actually, this one could be fun. This one could be fun. I might just switch to this target because it's either, you know, struggle with the Orion, with the target we were just looking at, or get something that we might actually get some cool detail. How big is this, though? Oh, it's going to occupy the center of my imaging square. you know, you can see like this red box. JLM says, I'd like to set up a telescope, but I think I gotta move. Yeah, I mean, like, once you have that settled in, maybe you do it when you're settled in, but yeah, you know, I wouldn't want to have like all this imaging equipment to have to like juggle if I knew or had any doubt that I was not going to move, you know, like, if I know I'm not going to move, okay, cool, but if I think I'm going to move, yeah, it's like, you gotta plan accordingly, right, you know? I understand that, JLM. Whoop, just ripped a part of my Gundam off, but that's okay. It kind of looks like a newt. I mean, we're looking at it right now. I'm trying to decide if I want to give this another 8 minutes to show me whether or not it's worth it trying to look at the Triangulum Galaxy. That's sort of what I'm trying to decide right now. And I'm also just cleaning off the wet paint while I can still remove it. It's a little bit of a skin on that paint there. Now, cool thing about acrylic paint is that, double-edged sword, I'm not that great with acrylic paint, but it's like it doesn't create fumes. No, it's a great joke. That's not a terrible joke at all. It's right up my alley. You give yourself a pat on the back for that one. I don't give a shit if anybody else thinks it's a corny joke. I love it. Because, you know, he kind of looks like a newt. No offense, I mean, nothing wrong with Newt Gingrich on the whole, but, you know, he's got that, like, rectangular head. He kind of reminds me of an actual... He looks like a newt. You know how some people say, you look like a Ted? You look like a Tim? Ron looks like a Tim? Or a Ted? Or Steven? Well, Newt looks like a newt. That man looks like a newt. If I've ever seen a newt, that's what a newt would look like, you know? Yeah, so today Ryan Roger Afty had a Israeli dude on his show, and the guy was pretty reasonable in that he was honest about, like, I remember hearing about the baby's heads getting cut off, and I'm like, come on, like, no, you know, I'm not trying to doubt everything I hear, you know, because I don't want to be like this guy who says everything's a lie, but, like, come on, like, they did that in World War One, you know, like, when, people would do the propaganda that says the Germans in World War One, during World War One, they would say that, oh yeah, they like to cut babies' heads off. It's like... Well, no, the actual World War One, they said they like to eat babies. That's what they said. And ironically, that sounds like something the Japanese might have done in World War Two. The Japanese, I love Japan. I'm a big anime fan. And, you know, in my quest to understand what happened to Japan, it's like, you know, it's easy to say, oh, they went crazy. Oh, they just went all full ethnocentric. And there is some truth to that. But there is a story behind that. And it's not like a 5-year thing, you know, like they didn't just become Imperial Japan over the course of like 5 years, you know, it wasn't overnight that it happened, although certain events did happen overnight. And they had like, at one point they had like essentially moderates and, you know, people who were like pro-military, so to speak. And there was like, you know, they had an insurrection, they had a real insurrection, you know, not this like, exaggerated event on TV where people took a shit, which was hilarious, taking a shit on the Speaker of the House's desk. I don't care if the Speaker of the House is a lefty or a righty. That shit's hilarious, in my opinion. Now, I know, we got to respect the halls of Congress, but, you know, I mean, we have Fetterman in there, so I don't think we're respecting it. No offense. I have a mixed attitude on Fetterman. It's like, I mean, well, one angle, it's like the man just, you know, I mean, you know, I'm not even going to go down that rabbit hole right now. You know what? I'm not going there. I'm not going there. I don't want to disenfranchise any of my viewers. Japan and China do hate each other. That's true. I forgot what we don't do. You said, no, we don't. I forgot what that's in response to. But because I like you, I'm going to agree. Yeah, so I got a bunch of yellow paint on the wrong part, so I'm fixing that up right now. I'm trying to clean it up a little bit. In fact, I don't need it to be perfectly clean. If anything, having a little paint in the hidden areas might help to make it like, you know, not, you know, make the mechanical stuff more rigid, you know? That could kind of be a good thing. So you can see like where the plastic is two pieces joined together. In fact, this one here, I think I sanded it too much by accident. But then I found out it didn't matter because there was a hidden component. No, where does it say that we got to respect them? They obviously don't respect us. That's a good point. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. So it's like, and look, let's be honest, like, you know, the same people who were bitching, like, about how big of a travesty that particular day was, that protest, whatever riot you want to call it. Same people bitching about it were perfectly willing to uphold the right to protest all summer, the right to vandalize shit all summer. The media nicknaming it the summer of love, or at least trying to, you know, pull the wool over people's faces. And I remember, like, like once in a while I'll go on Quora to either look for an echo chamber or to just see, like, read the post, you know what I mean? Read the post, get a reading of the posts of people who are out here. And basically, like, one of the arguments that I read was something like, oh, well, you know, January 6th was a political thing, but the BLM protest or these riots were for moral reasons. So it's like, this is okay. One thing is okay for moral reasons, but the other thing's not okay because it was political, or not because they were, quote, trying to overthrow, you know. And it's like, there's multiple ways to look at this, but one, it's like, well, you know, the people if you want to, even if these people were overthrowing something, which I don't think they were trying to overthrow something, even if they were doing that, like, they could say it was for moral reasons. So that's not a good enough reason to do the other thing, because if the other thing's for moral reasons, then both things have to be for moral reasons. Good thing that Raquel dropped out, not because I wanted to drop out, but no, because actually Raquel is cool. She has a rule on her Discord, no politics, and I respect that because, like, you know, people get all up in a tizzy over that, and I think what she's trying to do is have a more inclusive group, and I totally respect that. So I think we're gonna strip off the paint on this and, like, prime it. We're gonna prime this. We're gonna prime this part. We're gonna prime it in my bedroom. But I have a window open, so it's cool. We're gonna use spray primer in my bedroom. So you guys can watch me lose brain cells, and in about 10 seconds, maybe, give or take a few seconds, we're gonna have a new picture. That's a new picture, not nude, new. And this morning I had a hell of a morning. I had a fucking fly in my room. Let me catch up. Maybe if more deuces were dropped on desk, we'd get some respect. It's worth a try. Ha ha ha. That's funny. Okay. We see something here. Let's get a little more zoom. So I see that. It looks kind of like a galaxy, right? Is it enough raw data? Well, it depends. Like, if we combine the red, blue, and green data, it might be enough raw data. This is the problem I have with, like, galaxies like this, is it takes a lot of raw data to capture, like, that swirly pattern. Whereas this target here, there's more hope, and I may just slew to the attic just to see, like, how good we can get it, you know? So, even though, like, I'm being a quitter by picking a new target, I don't know, am I being a quitter? Well, let's see here. 5-minute exposures. We stack them, then we gotta switch the color. It's just gonna be slow going, you know? God, I hate the way this mouse jumps. Whereas this object here, actually, you know what? We're not gonna image this target yet. You know why? It's not in the meridian yet. So the problem is, if we start aiming at the target here before it crosses the meridian, it's gonna have to do a flip like a few minutes after I start taking pictures of that target. So there's no sense in centering the target and aiming at it. But fun fact, for the SpongeBob fans over here, we have a Patrick starfish cluster right here. maybe it's not. Sometimes you don't see the target, you just see the name of the target, and then when you take a picture, you'll actually see the stuff. But you know, like that's named after Patrick Starr, yeah. So I thought it's kind of funny. Just thought I'd share it. It's kind of cute, you know. And as my friend JLM says, calling it an insurrection is pretty far off. They actually intended to. If they actually, and actually, I'm glad you said this because I got something to say about this. If they actually intended to overthrow the government, I think they would have brought a lot more firearms. So actually, I got some answers to that, or some, you know, like I would call devil's advocate responses, like things that you would encounter talking to people in the wild. Because, you know how it is when you talk to people about politics. Everyone's a fucking expert. And there's people who have an answer to that, and there's people who have an answer to that answer. So anyway, just to throw that fun curveball. So you said, yeah, so three things happened. So as it turned out, there was a cache of firearms like somewhere in Maryland. But you could look at that two ways, in my opinion. And you basically, whoever is, you know, delivering justice can interpret it whichever way gives them the desired political outcome. So some people would say that these guys were interested in doing a resurrection. They had a cache of weapons just outside of DC because they had intent to do bad stuff. And it's like, okay, that sounds pretty damning. But then you think about it, you say, well, maybe these people did bring their firearms, and then members of the group said, hey, friends, leave these guns in this hotel room. Not so that they could be ready for an insurrection, but because they realize this is a bad idea. You can't bring them into DC. And it is inherently stupid, unfortunately. Even though, like, yeah, I get the, you know, whole for Second Amendment thing. It is kind of stupid to show up for a protest wearing the plate carrier, which is basically like the vest that has the armor in it, but without the armor. Now, I don't know why it's even remotely illegal to have plate carrier. Like, it's like, I would think that if anything, everyone should be allowed to be wearing armor. If anything, everyone should be given armor. Like, you know, if we're not allowed to have firearms and we're always worried about, you know, mass events, then wouldn't it be better if everyone had like a vest or something? I know it's like a little crazy because, you know, who's gonna wear that? You know, kids, it's gonna look like they're wearing 10 winter jackets. So I know, it's a little crazy, but just putting it out there. So anyway, so that's glass half empty, glass half full. You know, the weapons that were left outside of the city area could either been left there as for staging, or because people thought the better of it and decided not to bring them in. And that would make sense because you're not going to be able to stay in DC long on that day if you had like actual pew-pews. So I think that makes sense. But of course, anybody who's like, you know, on the side of the fence that is, you know, in, you know, agreement with the narrative, they're going to say that, oh yeah, see, look, this is evidence that these guys were doing X. And I remember, like, even, like, you know, it's very interesting. It's very enlightening talking to, like, I have a coworker, actually a manager at work, and every day he reads the headlines, and I feel bad because, you know, he's like, he's got that cognitive dissonance where it's like, he, you know, one day it's like, oh, Trump is the worst guy ever. Then next day he's like, Biden's a shithead, and Trump is like the next best thing since sliced bread. And it's like, make up your mind. You know, like, you know, it's like, you got to make up your mind. You can't be doing this because, like, you confuse me because, like, I don't know if I can have a conversation with this guy and be straight with the guy, or if being straight with the guy will make him accuse me of being racist. You know, so it's like, I tread carefully. I just pretend to agree or something. And, like, I think, like, ultimately I'll try to make some, like, generalized points, like, you know, we all mean well. Everyone left and right generally means well. People who are passionate about politics, unless they're like some cuckoo Cocoa Puffs SJW type, they generally, even the SJWs, they, you know, if we're taking them in good faith, they mean what they say, and they're just going about it wrong, or they've been tricked. But, you know, like, if we take what people say at face value, that is, oh, cool, did it? No, the target didn't move. But, you know, just, so, yeah, there's that. So getting to, let's see here, and ATF wants to regulate armor as though it was a weapon, just like stabilizing braces, suppressors, etc. Ecstasy, MDMA. Oh, that's true. Armor is not a... Now, if they were doing X, it would have been an orgy. That's funny. But you know, like I remember, like I think even like Trump signed a law against or banning or doing some regulating bump stocks, which is like it sets a bad precedent. But on the other hand, I always thought bump stocks were a joke, not like a joke as in it's funny when somebody hurts somebody with a bump stock. I just mean like bump stocks were a joke because, like, I mean, come on, it's a fucking spring-loaded bump stock on the back of a, you know, rifle. Like, that just seems like all kinds of bad. Like, what I mean by that is, like, that's certainly not precise. And even if it was, you know, a contributing factor in a massacre, it's not, you're not going to get accurate aiming. Yeah, you'll get some, like, you know, extra spread using a semi-auto because now, you know, I guess the way it works is, like, it just sounds so bad. Like, the butt of the rifle has a spring in it and it's bouncing off your shoulder and then your finger is just kind of, like, the entire firearm is moving so that your finger pulls the trigger rapidly. It just sounds like really just like no offense if anybody owns a bump stock, but I think they're kind of dumb. But you don't need like, you know, a law against that to tell people that, hey, these are dumb. So I wish the media rhetoric was more focused on like these things aren't even that precise. Bump stocks and braces are working their way back through the courts. SCOTUS is going to remove the restrictions. I think so. Thank Liberty for Bruin. Bruin? I just prefer a 3-round burst. Yeah, in general, that makes sense. I played Halo, and I agree. After playing Halo 2, I'm an expert on 3-shot bursts, and I think this Galaxy could have had potential. But I want to treat you guys to, like, you know, something cool in the sky. So I'll go back to the Triangulum Galaxy later. But the camera's already focused on target. So I don't even think we're gonna like we're not even gonna start new exposure because instead of waiting 10 minutes, we'll only have to wait 7 minutes for the first picture to come out. And since we were doing a short move, see, look, you can already see the star cluster. See that peppering of stars right there? So this is another star cluster we're going to do. So we're going to lock the target and see how close to target we are. I'm going to bet you we're close enough. So I used to click on one star and align against it, but now I use multi-star guiding. And the graph makes way fewer corrections, which tells me that it is more precise. Did a skunk might have sprayed something again. Probably some poor dog. You know what's cool? I saw a groundhog in the backyard the other day. That shit was cool. The groundhog looked like a friendly little fella. In fact, there's a cat standing on the barbecue, looking at the groundhog, and the groundhog's like, yeah, hey cat, I'm just gonna go eat some grass, and the cat's just like, you're weird looking, but okay. Yeah, so acrylic paint could be interesting. When it sets like, it's not set actually, so that's why I'm able to pick it off. But it has like this like gummy texture to it, so it makes it easy for me to remove it right now. Still wish I had my acrylic paint thin. I'm gonna double check my desk and see if I have any in there. Probably gonna just put a coat of blue paint in the area here. I'm not an expert of 3-round bursts, but I have used it on a range. It seems a reasonable compromise between semi-auto and full auto. Yeah, I would agree. Of course, like, a lot of these laws, they have ill intent. You know, they're not acting in good faith with these laws. So, you know, that's why sometimes logic is elusive. I live in New York, and Troy says, yeah, New York State Rifle versus Bruin. Landmark case that is reaffirming 2A big time. Interesting. Is that the one where like a guy was going to like competitions in Jersey, and basically under the law he couldn't go take a piss because he'd have to leave the gun in the car, but he couldn't leave the gun in the car either. So it's like you can't leave the car to take a piss or buy gas, but you also can't take the gun out of the car. So it's like one of these weird catch-22s that impinge on these persons' rights to participate in a competition. And especially if you're making money off the thing, you know, it's like that. I'm relaxing, fellas. Oh, you relax. I hope it's relaxing to be relaxed. Now that's interesting. It said it took 3 pictures already, but there's like no... Oh, it took 3 pictures under the other... Whoops, okay. There we go. Good. So this picture should be the first clear shot of this particular target here. So let's see how it goes. But yeah, that was a, you know, something I thought was interesting to read about. Of course, it doesn't really change anything for me. Like, I don't foresee, unless I leave New York, ever legally owning a firearm or having one, period. Because I certainly would not illegally own one, okay? Certainly wouldn't do that. Okay, there's way too much that can go wrong. Way too much to lose, but... But yeah, like, okay, good. I'm just cleaning this off right here. But yeah, no, it's like, I would love to, but I don't think it's gonna happen now. I mean, I'll get to go to a range. Sure, I go to a range. I could pay money, rent items. Sure, you know, it's something. Now, Canada was doing some weird things for a while. Like, I mean, I'm sure they're gonna keep gunning for guns, but Canada was like getting so weird. They were like, what would they do? It's just so absurd. They were like, basically telling people, oh, well, you know, maybe we'll make a law where you can like leave your gun at the gun range, and then if you need to go hunting, you got to go to the gun range at like 3 a.m., pick up your gun, and then bring it to the gun range, to the hunting trip, and then bring it back when you're coming back. Some crazy shit that like is just inherently unworkable, but also it's like one of these things that like, it's like once they change the rules, it's like they can make it that you can't take your gun out of the storage depot anytime, or they could decide that, you know what, we're putting an end to this. We're confiscating them since we already have them. So it's like, I mean, granted, that's just conspiracy theory, but it's like, I wouldn't put it past the powers that be. I mean, certainly they could just tell the person who's handing out the gun that's in storage, oh, we're no longer allowed to hand out this type of gun because it is, you know, under the new list. The problems with these laws is that they are incremental. They pass a law that is blatantly unconstitutional because, oh, I don't need / use that. That's fine. But then they call it precedent later. Yes, exactly. Yeah. And like, whether we want to call it a slippery slope and people want to make fun of the term slippery slope or not, yeah, it's a slippery slope. There are some really strange firearms regulations where someone I know online lives, she has to either have it completely locked up or completely carrying it. Very strange. Yeah, so concealed carry laws, if I'm remembering, depending on what type of permit you have and what the laws are in your specific state, there's situations where like you can't have it concealed carried, but you can have it out in the open, or where you can't have it in either situation, but like logically if you're not allowed to have it out in the open, you would, you know, have it concealed. But you know, they get you both ways. They're like, you can't do this, or you can't do this, or you could do this under these circumstances but not these circumstances, you know. Yeah, so there is a lot of that going around for sure. Very, very frustrating, I'm sure, for anybody who has like intent to like, you know, not be an asshole, or anybody who doesn't want to be given a hard time, who wants to like, you know, genuinely be legit about following the rules. And it's like, it's not easy. Yeah, I made a mess of this thrust nozzle. So okay, so the stars, you can see there's a streak here, so it's gonna be one more picture, and then we'll have a picture of this star cluster, and we can decide whether it's worth it. But it's a 5-minute exposure, so I think we're gonna have a pretty stupendous look at whatever this is. So we'll give it that extra 4.5 minutes, 3.5 minutes, I guess. That's the regulations inside her house. If you don't have a right to bodily autonomy, right do you have? Oh my God, you don't even get me started to bodily autonomy. Oh my God. I did what do you call it? I did cave in on that one because I'm a city worker. I work for the city of New York, and I took the job because it's a steady gig. You know, I mean, like civil service. You know, like, and it's not, the private sector isn't as bad as I thought it was either, according to a friend of mine, and I respect his opinion. But after spending enough time in retail and tech support, I didn't want to take any chances. So I was like, okay, well, they call me for a city job. Now, my department is mainframe, and so it may not last forever. But if I keep taking the Linux training that they've been offering me, and luckily I already know how, I know my Linux already, I use Linux. So it's not like an alien environment. I may be able to stand out enough to remain relevant to get, continual job placement. So, there's that. Might even go into a position where they pay me more for all I know, which would be nice. But, I'm in it for the benefits, for the medical benefits, the job security. And at the moment, knock on wood, or, pray to God or whatever, I have a 3-day, 12-hour, 13-hour schedule. And that's a beautiful thing, like you're a free man on your day off. In fact, you're a free man for like 4 days. You're a free man for 4 days, So I'm like very grateful that things worked out. When I started this job, I was on a 5-day, and by 5-day I mean 5-night. So 5 nights a week I was on night shift. That was my original schedule when I started this job. And because I'm such a good guy, I mean, I did my job, and I showed that I was reliable with attendance and scheduling, and showing up for work and all of that. They put me on a 3-day day shift schedule. Part of it was also because they were desperate. Like, what happened was when they hired me, the upper manager tried like getting away with murder, and I was desperate for a good job, so I was willing to do it. He was trying to get me hired where I would work like first he tried the 5-day schedule, which was fine, but then he tried getting my schedule changed where it'd be like 3 days, 2 days, and 1 night, like a swing shift. And I was actually fine with it because I was already working night shifts for 5 days a week, so having a 2 and 3, 2 days and 1 night wouldn't be so bad to me, even though it's a little like, fucked up. And well, luckily the union was like, nope. So that worked out for me. But you also don't want to set precedent with your job, right? You don't want your job to think that, oh, well, we got a way of doing this already. Let's keep giving this guy a crazy schedule. All right, enjoy your stogie, bogey, blunt, cigar, whatever it is. Enjoy that. And so anyway, yeah, retail, double-edged sword. I had fun at my time at Best Buy. It had its ups and downs. In fact, I went through so many managers. I was in the tech support or Geek Squad department. And when I started that job, I came in to fix computers. And what I learned starting that was that a lot of it is warranty claims processing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's just like, it's interesting to see having one expectation and end up doing a slightly different job. And so it's not just like, okay, you brought your camera in because it's malfunctioning. I mean, that is part of the job, but it also meant that people who buy a warranty, people who pay extra for the warranty, some of them are going to do something that isn't covered under warranty. And then you got to argue with them. Or people will be covered perfectly under warranty for whatever issue they're having. Like the parts and labor will be fully covered. But it'll usually be something along the lines of like their daughter went out on the weekend and cracked the lens, or the lens mechanism broke. And because it still can't be, disputed as physical damage, we treat it as a manufacturing defect. So parts and labor are covered on that repair. But sometimes we might tell people it takes 2 to 4 weeks. Now, it might not take the full 4 weeks, but it could take 2 to 4 weeks to send it out to get repaired. And so at that point, someone might get upset or say, oh, when I bought the camera, they told me I'd get a new camera. And unfortunately, sometimes the sales guys might say that. But I can't just go, like, when I started a job, like, I was literally like a greenhorn. First month on the job, I'd go out to the sales floor with the receipt and be like, who sold this camera? Did they tell the customer they'd get a new camera? And it's like, that's not how this works at all. But that was me, like I was 18 at the time. That shit was hilarious. But, you know, eventually I learned that essentially you're still in sales. You're just in the different types of sales. You're in the sales where you convince the customer that it's cool to send out their camera even though they wanted to get a new camera today. And sometimes people just had wishful thinking when they bought the warranty. Other times they were misled. And other times they were given the truth, but the customer only listened to the part that sounded good, or they might have heard the part where the sales guy says, you know, this warranty covers repair, and if we can't fix it, you get a new camera. And so obviously their brain heard the you get a new camera part. And so naturally they're gonna argue with the guy behind the counter who's telling them that actually you don't get a new camera yet. And you know, there's so many people like, if they wanted to get their way under various circumstances, they would start, you know, interpreting it. They'd come up with some interpretation. They'd be like, well, this term means this, that, and the third, so you guys should give me a new camera. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. You guys, now you're just doing your own interpretation of the warranty. Pardon the noise from my desk, I apologize. Now you're doing your own interpretation of the warranty terms, my friend. So you had to strike a balance, and you had to, you know, some people were more reasonable, and some people were less reasonable. And I found a 40 megabyte hard drive. I don't think this one works anymore. I think I've already backed up the data on it, but I have two of these, and one of them is from my childhood, and the other one is not. And you know, luckily older hard drives, there's more hope that if there's a problem with it, there's more hope that you could like fix it, or at least open it up and get it temporarily up and running to pull the data off the drive before it goes completely kaput. But this drive was always a weird one. You see this knob here? This is a stepper motor. And you know what this stepper motor does? It moves the needle, or it moves the read-write head for the hard drive. So in other words, if you don't know that and you start turning this fucking knob, you're dragging the fucking read-write head of the hard drive across the disk surface. Just a terrible thing to be doing. Just completely a terrible thing. In fact, you're better off turning this knob when it's on, because at least then the read-write head will be floating above the surface of the disk and it won't scratch anything. Because that's essentially how hard drives used to work. A lot of them still work that way. When the disk is spinning, the read-write head is flying above the magnetic disk. Literally, the height is about half the thickness of a human hair. So, you know, just some science there for you guys. Some computer science. Still don't know where my acrylic paint thinner is. I have this little drop. I have a drop of and I have more of this shit. I have way more of this shit. I have like big bottles of it, small bottles of it. Like, I might just go downstairs and look for the big bottle of it right now. Like, that's how desperate I am, you know? Let's see what we could do. Maybe we could like... See, there's so little liquid in that bottle, I could spill it without spilling it. So let's check out that camera there. We had a real good add-on warranty. It covered everything except deliberate user destruction. But that was 3 years ago. The Montgomery Ward, like Montgomery Ward years ago. Interesting. Like Montgomery Ward. Yeah, generally accidental damage could even cover partial intentional. But like, I remember I had a customer, like they had accidental damage coverage on, like one of the first people to buy accidental damage warranty coverage. But the camera got driven over by a car. So it was like, nice try, or sorry for your loss, but we're not covering this because this just kind of, unfortunately, like, it's not even a fine line. It's pretty clear, you know, difference between, difference between abuse and accidental damage. You know what I mean? So we don't cover abuse. It's not like we're trying to make a bad reflection on the owner. Just we don't cover abuse. You know, it's a completely different thing. I mean, the AIG, the underwriter, would not cover that logically. Now, sometimes if you know it's broken a certain way, you could treat it like it's not abuse when it is. But when a camera's been completely and utterly crushed under the wheel of a car, you know, even if that was done by accident, it just doesn't really, you know, float their boat. On the other hand, I had a laptop where, like, I think a high chest fell down on top of the laptop, and that was a tricky one. But once again, it was like, it's not realistic accidental damage. Like, you shouldn't have your laptop waiting to be crushed under a high chest, you know. Like, so it's like there's things that are reasonable and there's things that are just like, sorry bud, not happening. What is that? That looks like an interesting peppering of stars. Ooh, we got a fossil footprint here, but how big is that? That could be nice, actually. This one doesn't give me a magnitude. It also is a hydrogen 2 region, which I'm not sure what that actually means in English. Fossil footprint nebula. Remind me about the fossil footprint nebula in a minute if I forget. California nebula? Little scorpion nebula? Let's see how a little scorpion looks. Is my little scorpion? Oh, how cute. Perseus. Perseus sounds nice and pretty. Actually, there's a lot of cool shit here. But it's a magnitude 12, so that means it's not going to be as bright as it looks in that picture. I lost ATIK. I'm looking for ATIK right now, just for the record. That's what I'm looking for. What is this Maya Nebula? It just has a cool name. Oh no, that's freaking Maria, aka the Pleiades, is right here. Okay, so that's not really something we want to work on. Now Aldebaran, sometimes I want to get a constellation picture just because I'm a fan of the Forever War, and I'll show you guys. I'll show you guys if you want to see the Forever War comic. It's based on a book by Joel Haldeman, and basically the aliens that we go to war with are in this area, in this constellation here. And I think if I press the letter C, yeah, that's the constellation that the Taurans come from. So somewhere in the Aldebaran Nebula, they're inside the Taurus. I'm sorry, Aldebaran is the star, but that's within the Taurus constellation. So they didn't want to call the aliens the Aldebaranians because that would just be too much to pronounce, I guess. So they called it the Taurans. But anyway, let's see here. Taurans, was it? No, I'm mixing it up with... Okay, I'm going to just type in the name of that nebula so I can get back to the chat. So, what's the name of that nebula? We were doing the... it's not a nebula, really. The name of the star, there it is. Okay, it's in the neighborhood. Oh, I see my mouse is jumping. Oh, wow, there's 2 ATIKs. Okay, is this over the meridian yet? It's close. I think it's close enough. It's in the right ballpark for a meridian flip. It might not be in the right spot for a whatchamacallit, plate solving. So Troy Petrelli says, wow. And yes, you're right. Smaller than a smoke particle. They stated years ago. Yeah, that's actually semi-true that the read-write header floats up in a space between the size of a half a hair and a smoke particle. That's actually, there's some truth. And if you look at like I had a book that was about programming in BASIC. It was like some generalized computer science book that I found in the garbage when I was like literally 10 years old. And in there, I remember it had like pictures of like, or was it a different book? Well, some book I had, it had a picture of a tape head on a tape drive, and it showed you like different types of particles, including a human hair. And a smoke particle was smaller, but it showed you like how big a smoke particle was and how, you know, you had a tight tolerance and that the smoke particle was bigger than that tolerance. And he says, right, dropped your camcorder in the dishwasher, fine. Took a sledgehammer to it, probably. And then, Troy, I want to read this one, it's funny. I think it's going to be funny. I didn't read the whole thing yet. So, what is DJ Ronnie G's channel about? Well, his last show was looking at stars, painting miniatures, Second Amendment law and warranties. I want to read that more clearly and then like use it in like a commercial. So, what is DJ Ronnie G's channel about? Well, in his last show, damn it. Well, his last show was about looking at stars, painting miniatures, Second Amendment law, and warranties. Okay, I'll make a soundbite later. I can hear because of the previous stream. I came here because the previous stream I popped into, they were discussing something I didn't care to discuss. That's a shining endorsement there. So let's see here. So this star cluster, we might return to it, but I think we want to go for like, you know, the shiny blue shit over here. You know, I mean, it's like, it's weird. It's a magnitude 7. It's also magnitude 12. But I'm gonna bet you that this is gonna look good in blue or oxygen. So let's see what happens here. So only thing I hate about it is it's got a dumb name. Oh, we'll call it Gingrich 1. Because O per cloud, I mean, what is a O per cloud, you know? So we're going to call this one Gingrich 1, because apparently that's next to the name. Okay, so we'll hold the camera. And we're going to turn off auto guiding. Slew the telescope onto that target. Telescope is aiming. See, it's going. It looks like it's going super fast. Then, oh, we gotta hit refresh on the camera. Make sure that the backlash. Yep, the gears are still picking up slop. Spanner 1 looks like a wrench. Kind of looks like a wrench. Yeah, interesting. I can see that. Okay, so how's our auto guiding? Let's see. We're still shifting, waiting for the gears to pick up the slop. It's perfectly normal for this to happen. I'm just recentering this star. Okay, there we go. Now we're going to do scan. I guess I really like what I did with this bar over here. It like blocks just the right spot. Anyway, auto guiding initialized. Now we're gonna, oops, I forgot. Let's shoot. We can't use auto guiding yet. You know why? Because we gotta do plate solving first. So we're gonna crank down the exposure to something sane, like 5 seconds or whatever, you know. Just need to see a star in the frame, you know. So about 10 seconds from now, we should get something. Okay, good. And that's a constellation. So we do like a good, you know, say 15-second exposure, which takes 30 seconds to capture. We'll have enough, I think, points of light for the utility. And one of these days, I got to integrate this so that I can semi-automate this. But like when I have any doubt, I use separate tools to do everything. I use a digital camera. No, I'm kidding. You said, what kind of camera? What type of camera you use? No, so that's actually a good question. We're using a QHY 294M. Don't worry, I'm getting a picture of it right now. I wouldn't leave you hanging. In fact, it's a QHY 294M Pro. I ordered this one from Hong Kong, but I often do business with this website here because they're in Jersey right across the bridge, and they ship things like really quick when they're in stock. Like, I'll get ground shipping and they'll still ship it. And this has a APS-C, I believe, sensor. APS-C is similar to what you'd find in a lot of modern digital SLRs. And you can see that's like a CMOS sensor chip right there. CMOS is cheaper to build than, you know, CCD, charge coupled device. And what you can also see here is it's shaped like a cylinder because it has to be mounted. So you got like this thing right here is how I attach it to the back of the camera. And I might even have a picture. I should have pictures of it. But don't quote me. I don't remember where the pictures are. No, I'm kidding. I'll see if I can find them for you. But, you know, you see like you just mount it. Now, you notice there's a heat sink here. That's because this has a built-in thermoelectric cooler. And a thermoelectric cooler is basically, it's like a refrigerator. it's not really a refrigerator, but it cools the image sensor down because an image sensor's job, image sensor is responsible for turning photons into electrons, but it also turns heat into electrons. So in other words, you get unwanted noise. So this has a dual stage thermoelectric cooler. Bottom line is that using the software, yeah, it's about the right. I think you got it right. I think it's about, in fact, it tells us right here how many millimeters. And it can do 4K and 8K resolutions, but the way it does the 8K resolutions is essentially like it's combining pixels using a feature similar to binning to give me 11 megapixels. And essentially we're using a bunch of smaller pixels. We're using 4 smaller pixels to create 1 large pixel. And even though 11 megapixels sounds low resolution, in astrophotography, a lower resolution for the same size sensor means you're going to have bigger pixels, and a larger pixel can collect more photons. And somewhere here we should have the dimensions of the sensor. And if they're not listed here, I'm just going to Google the image sensor, because it's a Sony IMX492. So, I mean, it should have all of the specs somewhere. I hate when I can't get answers to a simple question. Like, there's a picture here that may represent it. I don't trust that picture. I'm not going to open up the entire spec sheet just to get a simple answer, you know? And there's so many different cameras that will use the same sensor. That's what you're seeing here. I love when they tell you how many micrometers or microns each pixel is and how many pixels there are. So if you calculate that, you can get an answer. But it's like, no. Just tell me the size. All right. I don't think I trust that answer, to be honest. I feel like I'm looking at the wrong sensor. But it says 55 by 55 by 95. Oh, no. See, that's like an entire camera. Okay. It says it's a 4/3 sensor, but that's not true. I know it's better than a 4/3 sensor, so I don't know. Now I'm determined to get an answer. We're gonna get the answer because no, this is bullshit. They gotta tell me. Like, I don't need the pixel size. I fucking hate when they do that. Like, come on. Like, really? 19 by 12.9. Now, they say it's a 4/3, but I can almost swear it's a slightly bigger than a 4/3. But I could be wrong, because I'm pretty sure my last camera was... Unless I'm mixing... I might be mixing up cameras here. Let's check what the model number is. Maybe I'm mixing up cameras. Yeah, that's the one. QHY294 Pro. Okay, whatever. So they say it's a 4/3. I can almost swear it was better than that, but it doesn't matter. Maybe I'm mixing it up with my old sensor. I had a camera that had like a sensor that was about half the size. In fact, I had a couple cameras. I had a QHY163. Anyway, let's focus. That's actually a funny joke. I said let's focus, but that's actually... Oh, wow. So before we weren't even in focus. So you can see how these stars are fuzzy. And that could be due to temperature changes. So basically, I was just seeing if that was in focus. But we're going to crank down the exposure real quick. Oh, but you know what? We could do plate solving. Did we do plate solving yet? I don't remember. Oh, we never did it. So we're going to do it right now. So what is this target name? Gingrich 1. So we just take the last picture we took. We overshot the mark, and that's okay because we're going to bring it back in now. I have 2 coolers with tech. Not super efficient. No, they're not super efficient at all. You're right. That's what you meant. Yeah, thermoelectric coolers are not efficient at all. Like, they kick off a lot of excess heat, so I accidentally leave the cooling unit on. In fact, I broke a camera because I left the thermoelectric cooler on in the summer. It was 100 degrees out, so now it's trying to cool the sensor down to negative 15, but as the outside gets too hot, it can't pump the heat out anymore. And you know, they can be convenient, like if you need a cooler for your car, it's nice to have. But surprisingly, having a compressor and some Freon or refrigerant in a pipe is more efficient. And sometimes I think about in the summer hooking up water tubes to it or something. They do have cameras that actually have water tubes in them. Well, where you have to almost practically hook up plumbing to the camera, if you can believe that. So there we go. We're going to reline the telescope. There we go. We're on target. They have tried using those on CPUs, but it's tricky to get it to work properly. 4/3 is, yeah, 4:3, you're right, is the old aspect ratio of the old TV aspect. Maybe that's why they get the term. You know, I don't know why I never made the connection between a 4/3 chip and a 4:3 aspect ratio TV. But they do match, don't they? Mr. Piccioli, thanks for dropping by. You have a wonderful night. Pleasant dreams to you and yours truly. Hope Netta has a great night too. I assume she's already sleeping. But yeah, you guys have a great night. And it was good watching you guys streaming earlier today. And I appreciate you hanging out. All right, JLM, just us and the other people who are showing up on the statistics. There's other people here. I think we got lurkers here, which is cool. You know, lurkers are welcomed. Are they welcome or are they welcomed? I think they're welcome. Let's go and switch to a blue filter, and then we're gonna like make some adjustments. I might go hunting for that blue paint thinner, that paint thinner real quick, because I spent good money on paint thinner. I have a lot of paint thinner. Like, it's not like I don't have any paint thinner. I have a good amount of paint thinner. Like, and I bought it so I can use it. But you know, I mean, I think we got most of this. Oh wow, it's all actually, it's more in focus than it was before, I think. Okay, so we got focus on blue. We know it's aligned. So we're going to delete the suffix from that file name. And we're going to crank up the exposure to... start with 2 minutes, I guess. Two minutes might give us a disappointing result, but I think it's about right. So it's going to take about 4 minutes to get that first picture. But in the meantime, we can make sure auto guiding is initialized. and then I can go hunt down that paint thinner. So I hope you guys allow me to do that while I go do that, and I'll leave this on screen, of course. And I gotta set up some sound bites. I was watching an anime called The Fang of the Sun Dugrum, and it's basically like it's about it's a geopolitical anime where you have a planet that is colonized 150 years ago. The planet happens to be called Deloyer, Deloyer, and they basically have like a whole independence movement, but the Earth government decides that they're going to like co-opt it. So the Earth Federation in this series, they co-opt it. You know, they like basically pretend there's a kidnapping that happens, but then after the kidnapping they negotiate and they say that, oh, well, we're going to make them the 51st state or something like that, so that they have an equal say at the table. They're equal partners in the Federation. But the reality is that the Earth in this universe is, you know, like they got to get their crops from this planet. The economy is dependent on this planet. So they don't want there to be independence. They don't want, they want to be able to, like, you know, like profit off of them. You know, it's sort of like a colonial thing, you know. And so anyway, they build a mobile weapon. They have some mechs in the show. They're not that big. They're not like Gundam size. They're smaller. They can fit in the back of a truck in one sitting. But these mechs have a problem. The planet has 2 stars, like Tatooine, and it has like a nebula called the X Nebula or some shit like that, and it basically causes like problems with all of the computers. So, if you know the Resistance fighters are able to design a mech that has a computer that is tolerant of those conditions, that gives them an advantage. And it's kind of cool because I'm on an episode now where like the Federation soldiers are wising up. And one of these soldiers decides that he's going to rip all of the armor off of his mechs and make them so light that they can maneuver much better. And even though they can't take a single hit, they can dodge the hit much better. So that's Fang of the Sun, Dugrum. And that'll essentially autocomplete if you type in that name, Fang of the Sun. Animation is ugly, but you know, yeah, when the anime is so good, it's allowed to be ugly, right? I missed Loki's Mornings of Mischief twice today, so I watched the morning show in the afternoon. That was fun because Dr. Adega Outlaw was hosting that, and he was a guest host. He did a good job. I enjoyed watching him. But I forgot to watch the evening show he does, and that one's usually really good. He tells like all kinds of interesting stories and horror stories, ghost stories, sometimes some conspiratorial stuff, but it's a good time. And I missed it. Oh wait, I don't have to clean the bottom of this. I only have to clean the top. Because the paint is on, and I'm gonna have the new picture in 10 seconds. So one of the sound bites I want to get from Fang of the Sun Dugrum is where they say this saying. It's like, not even justice, I want to get truth. And it's like, you know, it sounded cool to the Japanese writers, I'm guessing, but it doesn't really like make sense, like the way the wording is. So we could just be picking up some haziness from the light pollution. Or maybe that's what it should look like. And maybe taking a long, oops, don't want to hit that button. Taking a longer exposure will get us more raw data. Now, I'm going to Google real quick. I want to see if I can get some information on this object. Omicron, oh, that's what OP Omicron Perseid. So this is sort of like showing me what this guy used, hopefully. Lucky bastard had an infrared. Oh, never mind, different filter. Okay, so he had he did this in straight color. I'm gonna do 2 experiments. I'm gonna do a 5-minute exposure, same target, and then in the meantime, I'm also going to double check if I can maybe get some answers here. Uh-oh. Oh, this person took it in the red filter. So if that was captured in a red filter, let's see, we'll give it a couple minutes and see what shines. I dropped a piece of a model on the floor. What am I looking for? Did I actually drop anything I need? Maybe I didn't drop anything important. Okay, so we got bottom flap, left and right, yellow thing. I don't think we dropped anything important. I'm somewhat sure that I actually didn't drop anything that mattered, or if I did drop something, it was something like a piece of a brass rod. Maybe I only dropped a brass rod, in which case it doesn't really matter. I'll find it eventually, or I won't. Oh, maybe that's what I dropped. I'll be right back. Did she say ouch? Still looks cool, even if not super clear. I did not say ouch, and there is no she in this room at the moment, unfortunately. I'm gonna go grab my paint thinner real quick. I think I know where it is. And we're gonna see what updates in a moment. If you stick around, maybe I'll show you what a Bernoulli disc looks like. You know what? I'm gonna show you this right now. This is kind of cool. That's a Bernoulli disc. It's like a magneto-optical disc. This is a 90 megabyte disc. This is like a precursor to the zip disc, but it's not a zip disc. That's a zip disc. But before zip discs, you had these. Kind of cool. Kind of weird looking. Looks like a giant floppy. Except it doesn't have the spinning mechanism here. Where's the spinning mechanism? If I had to guess, oh yeah, it's right there. So, you know, it's just an interesting design. This is back when iOmega used to design innovative stuff. This one has Sailor Moon Dragon Ball Z amp, so it's a version of Winamp for, in fact, at some point I do have to put the zip drive in because I have some Sailor Moon MIDI files on here that I want to resurrect. Apparently I have some pictures on here too. Now this here, if I didn't back this up already, there's almost no hope of backing this up anymore. This is a, oh I get it, drop the models. It's funny. So this is a jazz disc, and if I open up this slider here, which I'm not going to do, it literally has two like aluminum platters in it. This is basically a removable hard disk drive platter. But because of that, jazz drives were always prone to failure. Like they were just heavily, when you put the disc in a jazz drive, you hear it rev up, it makes like a whining noise, it makes a little screeching noise, and it makes a revving noise, and it literally makes a noise with a motor. Sounds like it's like you know, a car going. And then I got some Chinese yuan. 中国人民银行. Yeah, CDs, you're right. CDs, or tape drives, I would say. Tape drives didn't put zip disk out of business. I mean, that's my opinion. It's not so much that. Oh, it depends. Like, I mean, tape drives existed before and during the reign of zip disks, but, you know, the niche that a zip disk filled for home use was superior to the niche that consumer tape drives. They had those 4 gigabyte Trevan tape drives, and those things were just painful to use, in my opinion. At least the ones, granted, I didn't really experience that technology because I found it in the garbage, so it's like, can't say I can judge a tape drive that I found in the garbage, you know. But I remember there was some weird shit about those drives. Like, it had a feature where you go into the backup utility and it would say retension the tape, and it was like every time you took the tape out, it looks like it literally punched a hole in the tape in order to tension, you know, the spool. And I'm like, why do you have to tension the spool? Shouldn't it just be tensioned already? It was very bizarre. But nonetheless, CDs did supplant zip drives because, I mean, CDs are universal. You know, even if you don't have a CD recorder, you could take a CD that you burned on one computer and open it on a computer that doesn't burn CDs. That right there is a real big deal. In fact, for a while there, that's what I did. I would either hook a zip drive or use the CD drive on. I had an IBM PC-8T, a retro computer from 1985, and it was really nice to be able to download things on a modern computer using the internet, and then copy them to a zip disk or copy them, burn them to a CD, and open them up on this antique computer. Because I mean, hell, at some point in time, a 700 megabyte CD can store more data than a 500 megabyte hard drive. So it's like, you know, a big win. But nonetheless, yeah, I mean, like, I'd say, I guess I beg to differ on the tapes, but definitely, CDs definitely put zip disks out of business. I mean, the niche that zip disk filled and what CDs did, you know, I mean, that's hands down. Jazz drives weren't reliable enough to go prime time, and once external hard drives were out, we were off to the races, you know? And, of course, you know, external hard drives should be a backup, or you should have two external hard drives. And when they started making MacBooks with SSDs that were like only 128 gigs, it was kind of sad because people would buy an external drive just to supplement the low storage capacity of the MacBook. And of course, once the mechanical hard drive fails, they lose their data, and it's like that's, you know, defeats the purpose. Whereas at least when they were buying MacBooks that had 500 gig hard drives, buying an external hard drive of equal or greater size meant that they were actually potentially backing up the data, which is how it should be. But anyway, I'm going to be right back. I will be right back, and I'll leave this in full screen. Now, if I stretch the histogram like this, it might be too bright. So I'm going to crank it up manually, but when I come back, we'll adjust it and see what it looks like. I'm back. I am back. I am back. We're gonna check the settings here. I forgot. Well, hey, David Glenn, I'm so glad you're here because good. I've been wanting to catch you because funny story. Funny story, David Glenn. If you're here or when you return, I will tell you the funny story. Right, that target don't look fun at all. At least not with these. Like, I was starting to get a hint of the nebulosity. So yeah, okay. So this is funny. So like, I was like, you know, reviewing a stream I did with Notorio, like, you know, recently, and while reviewing that stream, you know, when a stream ends and it skips to the next stream after it, well, it went to like a stream from like a month ago, and the live chat from the month-old stream was on my screen, and to my surprise, I saw a message where you posed a question, and you asked me if I knew how to configure or set up pulse audio to pipe audio in a similar manner to how I do virtual audio cable in Windows. And the short answer is I've never done it, but at some point I do need to like tweak my Linux streaming setup. I have a Dell laptop that I use that exclusively runs Linux for a couple of reasons, and so as a result of that, when I stream, sometimes like if I'm at my dad's living room, I'll stream from there. And oh, that's good to know. Good, because that sounds easier. Use an app called Hilvum. Well, there we go. Problem solved. I'm pleased to hear that. Nebulosity. That's at least a $5 word. Yo, I think there's like some haze in the atmosphere here. So we can either punch through the atmosphere, the interference using a narrowband filter, or we could try a different target. And I think that star cluster I was doing a minute ago might be a good idea, because I mean, spiral cluster, either that or Aldebaran. So let's see, let's double check. So we got, that's the spiral cluster. And where's Aldebaran? Aldebaran is way over there. Actually, Aldebaran is like about to cross meridian. In fact, it's at an optimal position. Now, on a wide field telescope, you could really catch the whole constellation, you know? But what we're using right now, we'd be seeing this. So it's like on one angle to commemorate the Forever War. Yeah, I mean, sure, but I don't think it's going to be the most interesting target. Now, we already talked about the Pleiades. Frankly, with the way the atmosphere is hit or miss. Oh, I just remembered something. The way the atmosphere is hit or miss. It is JLM. The telescope has stepper motors and a motorized tracking mount. I should find you what that looks like. Okay, so actually, we might also have some humidity. We might have some fog on lens, so I should have been turning on the heaters a long time ago. But there's hope that my dew shield basically, like, you know, was drawing away the moisture anyway, but we just put the heat to maximum so that we could draw away the heat from the you know, draw away the moisture, hopefully. So that program, I can close it. It just, I set the settings and I can close that app. It is a power supply box that controls my heaters. But, you know, this region looks interesting. It's got like a lot of stuff in there. Kind of want to see what this fossil footprint looks like. So anyway, to answer your question, oh yeah, I'll get you a picture. I'll show you what the telescope looks like in a second, actually. I don't run it on Arduino. Some people do run them off Raspberry Pis, but I didn't like it when I did it. Now, granted, I can link Stellarium or a similar program to the Raspberry Pi, and then I don't have to interface, but if I want to use like remote access, using VNC on a Raspberry Pi is just like an awful experience, you know? Like, I mean, let's be real here. Like, that's not fun at all, using VNC on a Raspberry Pi. So let's see. I'm going to see if I can find some gonna find you some pictures of my setup right now. Essentially, it's a telescope mount. It's a what do you call it? Man, I gotta clean up my Google Photos library. What I don't like is it's got like a lot of mixing of photos of different types, and it also has that facial recognition, which isn't a problem if I'm aware of it, but I wasn't aware of the facial recognition being on, and then when you turn it off, it would delete all of the facial groups, which may or may not be good. Yeah, the RPI 5 looks pretty powerful. I turned my back on Raspberry Pi out of like how much it pissed me off, how overpriced they became, and how scarce they were. But, you know, I have a laptop in that plastic tub in the background there. And then you got the Skywatcher EQ6R, you know, tracking mount. And so you can see how like this middle part that rotates from east, which is this way, to west, which is this way. We're facing south right now. I'm facing south in this picture. This is basically, you know, rotating on this axis, which is called right ascension, count as the rotation of the Earth. And this angle, you'll notice that there's like a little pivot here, and there's a bolt here, and there's another clutch on the back. And essentially, this thing here is actually rotated so that this camera, when it's in the park position, this camera is looking directly at the North Star, basically. Or it's looking actually not at the North Star, it's looking right near the North Star at the celestial North Pole. And I'm at a 41-degree latitude. Guess what the angle of this thing is? This angle, like this bottom part, which we're not really looking at from the front, but if you look at it from the side, the mechanism, this housing is actually on a 41-degree angle. This black thing is on a 41-degree angle. And that's how we do polar alignment. And then once you have your polar alignment dialed in, this can rotate east to west, and the target will basically stay in the center of the view. And so what happened was at nighttime, this thing was pointing, this part was like rotated a few degrees back. And of course, way after sunrise, it just kept tracking through. And obviously I wasn't taking pictures anymore. I just let it keep tracking, because the main thing is that if it gets into a condition where the back of the camera is going to bump into the tripod, it's set up to prevent that. So, you know, I don't have to worry. That makes sense. Yeah, you can disable the facial recognition, but it's annoying when there's no transparency and you don't know. Now, remember you asked me about the camera, JLM? Well, there's the camera right there. In front of the camera, you see that? That's a filter wheel. There's a USB port on it, but the filter wheel, if you buy the same brand filter wheel as camera, as I did in this case, I can plug the filter wheel directly in. Now, I have a bigger filter wheel that I need to get repaired. Has way more filters in it. It's obviously a heavier payload, which can be taxing on the mechanism here. But that filter wheel has 11 slots instead of, I think this has 8. And so the problem is that, like, with 8 filters, that's enough to have LRGB 4, 5, 6, 7. I think it's a 7-slot filter wheel, actually. And then I have, like, yeah, it's a 7-slot. So, you know, it's like, if I want to have an infrared filter, I can't have it. But, you know, that computer, it needs a new keyboard. It's got, like, a freaking 4 gig GeForce in there. I got to do a lot of work on that computer, but mostly it's software work. Like, I don't plan on, like, you know, driving myself insane working on the hardware. I mean, you know, doing anything with the hardware. Oh, recently I did a live stream where I went outside because it was like a Tuesday night. First day back from work. And this thing, this tape, this is like a vinyl tape that's supposed to be waterproof. It's like, it's not adhesive, but it sticks to itself. Not only was it ripped, but it had nibblings in it. It had like bite marks. So something alive bit that shit. And, you know, luckily it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be, because I was expecting it to be like a complete disaster. And this is how I do VHS tapes. So this VCR goes from the RCA jacks, or the composite output, to the phono jack here, which is actually a composite input and output. So depending on what mode you switch it to, this becomes an input. Normally it's an output. And then I enable feature AV to DV, and so basically it's a pass-through. It goes in, so it goes from the VCR via analog into the camcorder. Then it shoots it out to the FireWire, and then that's how I digitize VHS tapes. It sounds crazy, but it actually works really well. See if I can find any other pictures. But that basically covers the most important things. Here's the stepper drive. So you can see a stepper motor right here. It's actually a belt drive. And at one time I had to tighten the tension on the belt by turning this screw here. But this is interesting. It's like a low cost mount. And one of its advantages is that it has a belt drive. I do want to buy replacement belts, but just when it was getting really imprecise on me and I got used to it, it started like acting good again. It was super annoying to see the thing, you know, stop misbehaving on me. And I think I was recording a video at the time, so I have my camera recording me apparently. I missed that phone. That phone's dead. That's my Galaxy Note 8 rest in peace phone. So this is a motor, spins, and it turns this, and this is attached to a worm gear. There we go. And I can control the speed, of course. And this is what I'm controlling when I remotely control it. The stereoscopic thing we looked at through the pictures as children. Oh yeah, like the I have one. I inherited one from my mom basically. How was that called? Viewmaster. I believe you're talking about a Viewmaster. I only have one disc of photos. I might have two somewhere, but I should order some more Viewmaster slides on eBay, because I have like one set and it's just Hawaiian girls and shit. It's cool, but it's like a Hawaiian Viewmaster thing. And when I was a kid, I didn't know that it was supposed to be 3D. So I couldn't really appreciate it as much as now, where like now I realize that if you use your eyes properly, that shit is, you know, gives you depth perception. And there we go. So this is moving the declination. So it's not moving the east to west. It's moving the top part where the scope moves. And there's actually a little scope built into the mount. So normally you would peer through the scope to polar align it, but you have to get on your knees. You got to get on your knees and remove the scope cover from the back. So I spent $300 on this camera to make it easier. And I didn't absolutely need that camera because I could do it using this telescope itself. And this is lovely Staten Island, New York. We have ducks. And that we have you know, it's so crazy when you ride your bike under these power transmission lines, you hear crackling sounds. It's kind of freaky. I think I got eaten alive by mosquitoes that night. Oh, you're good. Here's a nice picture of my telescope. There we go. See, like now it's looking up in the sky, and as this automatically moves, it's countering the Earth's rotation just slowly. So we got camera. Let me just make sure I can zoom in. We got camera, filter wheel, so it's like the filters go on the back instead of the front. Then we got a field flattener, and the camera has to be spaced precisely between the field flattener and the sensor. They have to be spaced precisely in order to look good. Then the front of the field flattener is moved on this little rack and pinion or Crayford mechanism. You have a knob here. I have a motor on the other side. And then the objective lens is actually over here. Most of this front piece is a dew shield, but it's a pretty heavy telescope. And it wouldn't have been my first choice, but eventually, after using a reflecting telescope, I had too much downtime when I had to recollimate the mirrors that I decided to go and just get something like this. So that's why I have this. And I'm not playing, that's a slideshow. I'm not playing that slideshow because I don't know what's going to come up on that slideshow. Oh, yeah, this is when I went to Retropalooza. See, I bought cookies, but this here is my IBM PC AT. See that? Look at that. It's an IBM PC AT with a CD-ROM drive and a 3.5-inch floppy. One of these days, I'm going to 3D print a new bezel for that. I hear thunder. under the lines over a mile away. Wow, that's cool. No doubt. Glad I could help you jog your memory. Oh, there's the meridian flip. See, that's because I was over here. See, I got cold air coming to my window. It's kind of refreshing. So anyway, this was destined to happen. It's a little annoying that it just happened now, but it was destined to happen. So we're going to make sure we're on target. Yep, fossil footprint nebula. Unfortunately, it means that we now have to do another plate solving round. Looks like I got like little streaks there. No problem, I understand. Under, tired, typing on, oh, I see what you meant. I could hear that under the lines over, under 8 mile, over 8 mile 2. Oh, yeah, you did say under. I misread that. I think I misread that. I apologize. I can hear that under the lines over 8 mile 2, especially in misty nights. 8 Mile, like the movie. Up there goes gravity. Up there goes gravity. Okay, I'm not really a rap singer. That's just my day job. Oh, we see something there. So, is the target aligned? Yeah, actually it is aligned. So we don't have to really go crazy adjusting this thing. It looks like we're basically looking at that. And this point bright light here. Yeah, that's what that is. So we got the fossil footprint nebula now. It's not clean. Why? Because we got to turn on auto guiding. But now that we know the target is there, we're going to turn on auto guiding. So all we got to do is scan, lock, and the next picture should be clearer. Sorry, local reference. 8 Mile is the east-west reference. Oh. Yes, that 8 Mile road. It's a country border and the northern border of Detroit. Ah, interesting. I did not know that. County border? County. Yeah, you said county. You did say county. I'm not dyslexic, but sometimes my brain reads words like that, right? You know, like, a lot of people do that. So I couldn't find the paint thinner I wanted to find. So instead, I found this airbrush cleaner that probably will do the same thing. It doesn't smell quite as strong, but it has a smell. So I'm going to try to maybe let it soak a little bit. It smells a bit like the paint thinner I used, so I think it might work. I wish I had a toothbrush right now. That would probably make this a little easier. You know, I guarantee I'll find a paint thinner by accident at some point, but I just like, I'm looking for something unrelated. M102 high tension lines run on the center of the boulevard. Interesting. Yeah, so like, you know, one angle people always say that, oh yeah, that doesn't cause any trouble. And I have a friend, he's usually like pretty much like, you know, very like, not mainstream to a fault, but you know, like, he generally will trust the science on certain matters, you know, and then other times he'll surprise me. Like, I'll be like, but isn't it the mainstream wisdom that it's perfectly safe to stand under power lines? Like, yeah, generally, but you don't want to live under them. You know, so. But he's not like my coworker who has cognitive dissonance. Like we were talking about before, my coworker, my manager, who, like, reads the headlines, bitches about the headlines, flip flops on the headlines, depending on what the flavor of the day is, and then, like, he what did he do? He was bitching about the fucking government shutdown thing, which some people argue that's a great thing. You know, it's like we actually, that's a good thing to have a government shutdown once in a while. Like, less damage, less rampant spending, more time to, you know, maybe think it over and do a better job with spending, you know, where it counts. But of course, you know, he gets swept up by that narrative like, oh, it's those Republicans, they're shutting down the government and people are going to not get their food and this thing and that bad thing's going to happen, yada, yada, yada. So then after, like, the thing happened, he goes, you know, like, I heard that they were like, you know, so we're city workers, so we got an email like a month ago. And before I continue, there's a Godzilla joke to be made in reference to high tension lines, but I just woke up. So when they're doing early surveys and whatnot, 8 Mile was chosen as the place to use as the main east-west reference line years and years ago. Oh, I see. I remember, like, watching a video about like why they do or why they don't. Oh, I just realized, I think I know what part I'm missing. Oh, never mind. Good, I found it. Phew, thank God. So anyway, it was like basically saying that it was like, you know, a lot of these lines are 10 or 15,000 volts, I think, and there was some investigation to use like higher, you know, voltages and potentially amperages, but problem was when they started doing like, you know, 20,000, 30, whatever it was, like when they started scaling up the numbers, it just didn't scale well at all. It wasn't safe because you would start getting unpredictable arcs. You know, essentially you get like a lightning bolt jumping from the power line, going like into the road as a truck is passing by, or if the atmosphere is the right conditions or the wrong conditions, same thing, you know, so that was no good. And because if you could, you know, basically the way it works is the high voltage power transmission lines are more efficient. You know, there's less transmission loss. So if you can like sustain a higher current or a higher voltage, you can transmit electricity a greater distance more efficiently. That's like the general, you know, thing that's happening there, right? So, you know, we unfortunately aren't there. And yeah, everyone wants to have fucking electric cars, and like, you know, look, I'm trying to play devil's advocate, and like, I'm generally in agreement with my boomer age dad about this stuff, but sometimes like I'll go too far trying to like play devil's advocate. Like I'll say, well, you know, let's be honest, like which one is more efficient? Oh no, there goes Tokyo, go Godzilla. 66,000 volts. Yeah, I think that was the standard I read about or saw a video about. So I just want to ask a good faith question. It's like, you know, if we take stake compared to like, you know, the cost of, you know, refining electricity or the energy that goes into refining and pumping electricity, gasoline. Now, if I want to be over simplistic, and I don't think I'm being overly simplistic, if I want to be real simple about it, what's more efficient? That's interesting. It looks like shit right now, but that looks interesting. You know what? I'm out of focus right now. I have to adjust the focus, unfortunately. So, let's do that. So, I mean, like, okay, what's more efficient? Generating the electricity anywhere from 5 miles away to, you know, dozens of miles away? Sending it to the car via power transmission lines? And then, you know, charging a battery and using that to run the car? Or is it more efficient to, like, you know, burn the gas in your engine block and use it immediately? Because essentially when we use internal combustion, that's what we're doing, right? We're tapping the energy dense gasoline and we're using it on the spot to make it go. And now, of course, then you get the arguments with these people who are myopic about climate change, and they'll go and they'll say, and I mean, maybe myopic's not the right word, but you know, they're like gung-ho about pushing it, you know, pushing policy and shit. And they'll say, oh, but a internal combustion engine is a heat engine, and a heat engine is only, 30 to 50% efficient. But a battery or, battery powered car, that is 90% efficient, and therefore that's better. But it's like, well, once again, like, I say, okay, it's 90% efficient from the battery to the motor, but how efficient is it from the power station to the, power line to the battery charger? Not to mention, not to mention a critical point here is, I'm sorry, my brain, I think I'm starting to sniff too many fumes here from the stuff, but, and you got a good point there, JLM. We'll get to that in a second as soon as my brain catches up. Squirrel damage, that's a good one. That's a great one. So, anyway, the key is that, generally speaking, electricity generated using, natural, at its best, we're getting it from a natural gas-fired power plant. I have a natural gas power plant on Staten Island, and that's the off-the-kill power facility, I believe. And that, is a pretty clean way to generate gas if you're going to use fossil fuels or whatever you want to call it. But then you got to transmit it over power lines, and the distance here is shorter, but the longer the distance, you're going to have a certain amount of percentage loss. And then you get it in the battery. But the key thing is, like, for starters, we're getting it from a natural gas plant. So it's like, this is not carbon neutral. The car is not magically carbon neutral. You're just externalizing the puffs of smoke that your car generates. They're just being generated at the power plant instead of from the car. And of course, they have the pipe dream like, oh yeah, but we're going to switch to renewables and that'll solve that problem. In theory, yeah, sure. But in practice, we know that, you can't use one solar panel to build one solar panel. Like, you got to melt glass, and we're not building them in America, we're building them in China. So at that point, China is not going to, go out of their way to fucking, use, like natural gas. If they could do it with coal, they're going to use coal. If, they're not going to, or if they use electricity over here, that electricity can still come from a coal-fired power plant. It doesn't have to come from, or it can come from, my point is that, yeah, like, this isn't, like, magically efficient just because it's electricity, you know what I mean? Like, it could be more efficient. Like, I'm willing to act in good faith and consider the possibility that it's more efficient, but just because you're externalizing puffs of smoke is not efficient. And, of course, then you'll hear the climate change advocate bitching that, oh, us fossil fuel people want them to account for every step in the process. Like, yeah, I do want you to account for every step in the process. And, I'm perfectly fine with them holding me to the same standard as well. And so when I told my dad about that, he was like, oh, well, they're the ones with the extraordinary claims, so they got to prove it. I'm like, I don't disagree with you, but that's not how you're going to handle an argument with these types of people. And I know that it sucks that we got to cater to them, but yeah, they're all over the place being manipulated emotionally by the policymakers who take advantage of this. So it's like, we kind of do have to make the case if we want to get somewhere on this, at least that's my personal opinion on that. And, but let's get to the chat. Let's see what the chat has to say. I see we got some minds here, minds that have thoughts. So we got, I do not think the grid is up to supplying enough juice for all of the homes and businesses and electric cars. Yes, that's number one. And so I think that if we're going to go down a conspiracy theory route, at least I will for a second, some groups don't have any intent of supplying power for all of those things. If anything, they want the energy price to go up because, of course, the justification for that would be like, well, we got to be good to Mother Earth. So, yeah, you can't afford electricity, but maybe you shouldn't be using that much electricity anyway type shit, And, yeah, like, so, like, there's, like, that, it's like, but it's not, but, like, that's, like, but what I guess what I'm getting at is that, of course, people who are rich, the policymakers, the lawmakers, they're going to continue to live in the lap of luxury. So they'll be able to pay for the high energy bills. And, instead of building up capacity so that everyone can afford enough electricity to do all of these things at once, they're just going to, kind of tell people like they did in California, oh, don't charge your cars today because the power grid can't handle it, like stuff like that. And like you said, they never account for squirrel damage on many fronts. That's, I don't know if that's a joke, but I think there's some truth to that. I believe they are lying, both sides, as JLM says. Depends on which technology they are invested in, which side they are lying for. Yeah, so I mean, like, I get that too, right? You know, it's like, and like, it's always easy to say, oh, the oil companies, you know, have this motive and vice versa. And maybe there's some truth to that, but I also think that there might be oil companies that are perfectly content to push this climate change stuff because it makes their resource scarce. It lowers their obligation to meet demand, you know what I mean? Like, and I don't know exactly how they would profit from increased cost, but I think that I can see there being a way that some smart businessman can finagle it to their advantage, you know? And there's going to be a bunch of, like, greenies who fall for it, who think that it's some altruistic shit. Like, I can see it, in fact, I can picture, like, a Royal Dutch Shell commercial where they're like, we jack up the price on energy because we heard that you dumb fucks want to pay more to save the Mother Earth or some gay shit like that. Pardon my French. So anyway, it's a nebula. It's like a skid mark actually, but I think we're just gonna do a long exposure in hydrogen and call it a night. Well, I'm not gonna call it a night yet, but I'm just gonna let it fire off. So let's do that. Or frozen natural gas lines. Oh, that's interesting. It's actually, yeah, I didn't think of that one, but that makes sense, kind of. And we got more ideas to read in a second. It might actually be in focus already. Alright, good. Now we got that locked. That's also locked. We'll let it rip and see what happens. So, David says, I lean left on energy generation policy, but I do get the recent rhetoric on banning natural gas production and use. But I do not get the recent rhetoric on banning natural gas production and use. So, I mean, you got the stove thing, and they're trying to make, like, mischaracterize the gas stove thing as, like, a thing to, you know, help kids with asthma or some misrepresentation like that. So there's that angle. Then they say, well, for the higher cost of some technology like snake oil, like shale oil, he said shale oil, I'm sorry, is not viable until a barrel of oil goes over a curtain of certain basic baseline. And yep, the US and probably Canada have crossed that line. Plenty of shale oil too. Yep. That looks like one of the directions they're going with that, absolutely. And like, I've heard mixed reviews on the impact associated with pulling shale out of the ground. But even if it's not that big of a deal, even if it's not that troublesome, it's probably, you know, like, I mean, it was all fun and games when we could just pay the Saudis to get it. But, I mean, like, we should always be, we have enough energy resources in North America in many ways, right? But, like, there's definitely a lot of, you know, I think double dealing, sketchiness, bullshit going on. Excuses being made to avoid doing the right thing here and there. Really, the problem with, like, the solar, like, I like solar and all, and I think it can work for people, but this centralized power grid is not really amenable for that type of thing, you know? Like, we have, like, what do you call that shit? There was a good example of this I've seen before, where, well, Well, like basically just the idea that, yeah, a decentralized power grid where your house can generate its own energy sufficient, you know, self-sufficient energy, be self-sufficient, whatever. That would be a situation where like you can where you can actually like effectively use solar, I think. But what they want to do is they want people buying solar panels. Look, I mean, people save money on energy to some extent using those solar panels, right? But like, you got to be careful with that because the net meter scheme, it's like you can't use it when there's a power outage or a hurricane, and you're selling energy back to the grid, but you're not necessarily getting like fair market value. And I mean, like, I think like on one angle, I used to question like, well, how does it work? Like, you know, like if I have solar panels on my roof and I have a net meter, I get that I can sell energy back to the grid, but like, is that energy getting used by my neighbor's house? Like, how does that work? And I think it's just like it's back feeding into the circuit. So in other words, they're still running the power plants unless they can account for the current, you know, amount of energy being generated by the people who have solar panels. Unless they can account for the existing energy generation, they have to generate extra electricity. And then, of course, when people need roof maintenance with the solar panels, that comes out of their pocket, basically, like, unless there's some magical warranty for that, too. And that puts people in an interesting pickle because, like, they got to pay that shit off over the course of 20 years. They can't get rid of it if they decide they don't like it anymore. And it's like a lot of things, like with certain contracts, like, once you're in, you're in. It's like there's no, like, you know, like, I have a second of thought. So if the guy who sold it to you, you know, was a real snake oil sales guy and convinced you of a falsehood, it's like tough shit. You know, like, too late now. And that's like what, like, you know, like a worry about people getting victimized financially over that shit. And it doesn't even solve the issue that it sets out. Like, they play on people's desire to do the right thing. So it's like, I'm a bigger believer in like the Tesla Powerwall. At least like that's energy you could take to that you can use. You could sell it to the grid, or you could use it yourself. Now there's some laws like if you have a Tesla Powerwall, you can't use the regular grid to charge that battery. And I kind of think that's a dumb, arbitrary law. I kind of understand why they do it, but like, I believe that if I want to charge it off the grid, I should have a right to do that. If I want to pay for the energy, because like, in a way, what you would do is you charge that Tesla battery during the daytime when the energy is cheaper, and then at nighttime, you can, you know, you could draw upon it. You can well, I'm sorry, how do you phrase it? You take the energy out of the grid during the nighttime when it's cheaper, and then during the daytime you use the battery power. So even if there's not enough sunlight to charge your Tesla battery bank, you can still kind of finagle it. And let's see what else we got in the chat. Just closing down fast food drive-thrus so cars don't sit idle would do more to save energy and cut down on emissions, but I never hear that proposed by either side. Interesting. The Saudi kingdom is probably buying excess oil whenever they can. No oil field lasts forever. We heated with a wood stove for probably a decade when I was a teen. Saved quite a bit on buying propane. So you save on propane, but they're trying to ban wood stoves to some extent, and it's a double-edged sword because part of it I kind of understand because like with wood stoves, there is a safety issue. I think it's the creosote buildup that can like basically ignite and backflame, you know, make a backdraft or whatever. I'm looking for my can. So, you know, there's like regulations of how you can operate a wood stove, and then people choose whether they want to violate it or not. There's different ways to treat the wood in order to make it work better and more safely. Solar works well in the cold, but not much sun in the north. That's interesting. Not wrong, David Glenn, as JLM says. And no more getting fucked in the drive-thru. Pardon my French. And those tubular NASA batteries look cool. Can't remember exactly how they work, but I think it has something to do with hydrogen and electron transfer. You may be talking about something similar to a fuel cell, hydrogen fuel cell. With hydrogen fuel cell, better open my window before I do this. With hydrogen fuel cell, you got your hydrogen, you got, I think, oxygen in there maybe, or something. You got like a platinum electrode, and it works a lot like a battery, except it generates electricity through the reaction, and then the result is you get like water vapor coming out of that shit. They used it on the space shuttle, and I think they used it on the Apollo program. I was holding my breath. Oh shit. Ooh. Gotta clean this off. I got some primer on this plastic piece here. So let's see what we got here. Fossil fuels are only called fossil fuel to distinguish from wood, as corn oil must be dug up like a fossil. Yeah, so, you know, I've always heard like arguments, people say it's some outright myth or lie. I think they are probably from fossilized plants, but I'm not going to, like, you know, argue to the death. I honestly, you know, don't know, but I had a friend, he argued that the fossil fuels couldn't be made like the way the ones that we have now, because they what do you call it? They have like they don't really exist, the ones anymore that that existed during dinosaur times. Or what I mean by that is the fossil fuels that they come from these things called fronds. I think they're like palm trees, but they like grow low to the ground. And basically, like, those don't grow anymore. So it's like, but the way my friend made it sound, he made it sound like that was like the only plant or the primary plant that produced, you know, coal and oil, and that without it, you know, we once we run out of coal, we don't have the plants that can produce, like the trees we have now don't produce coal. And I'm not sure if I'm sold on it. I've heard other people argue that you know, that it's more like abiotic. It's like abiotic oil, abiotic processes, and I don't know who to trust. Some of the different angles I heard. The F in the drive-through. The F in the drive-through comment is a Joe Pesci line from one of the Lethal Weapon movies. Oh my god, that's funny. Now, I can picture Pesci saying that. I can picture Pesci saying a lot of things. So today I had a fly making noise in my room. So what I did was, at one point I opened the like door just so that the fly would leave my room, hopefully. And I don't know if he, like, I kept hearing the noise of what sounded like a fly bumping into the screen. Like it would go bzzz, and I would hear the thumping sound on the metal screen. And then I'd hear, like, a minute later, it go to the other side of the room, bzzz, bounce off the window again. I was like, and I just didn't want the fly landing on me while I was trying to fall back asleep. So anyway, we'll let that run for a minute. I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna let it stack the pictures, and I'm going to found my phone. It was next to my Nintendo controller. Oh, it's so funny. My friend, she sends me a response to my Facebook message in the form of an audio message. These kids today, yo, these kids, let me tell you, these young whippersnappers on Facebook. All right, so anyway, I gotta like, I want to log into my bank. I just want to make sure I got paid. Uh-oh. Hope I didn't get any primer inside the mouse. Not too much. I worked in like tech support, and sometimes I had customers who like would like get that tech support scam where somebody would hit them up and say, I'm calling from Microsoft and I'm going to help you fix a computer. Or you need a computer now? Please turn on your computer so I can help you. Your computer was compromised. And then like they'll like tell you to go open up the DOS prompt, type in some random command that just shows the version of Windows you have. And I say, oh, those numbers mean you have system errors. This is very, very bad. Oh, you gotta do something about it, you know. And they'll try to get the person like to let them log into the computer remotely. And then at that point, they'll just encrypt all your files. So it's like, I've advised customers after the fact. Usually, once in a while, I'm lucky and I'll get a customer before they let that happen. I had this one lady where like, the guy goes, go to the bank and do a bank wire, but don't tell the bank that you're doing a money wire for computer services. If you tell the bank that you're doing a bank wire for computer services, they'll charge you an extra $40 fee. So it's like, oh wow, this guy's doing me a favor by telling me to lie to my bank about why, you know, or what I'm doing. And of course, they're really saying that because they know that if you tell the bank clerk you're doing a money wire because, you know, some guy told you that you need to fix the computer, the bank would tell you, no, this is a scam. But what really upsets me is when I interact with anybody or relatives who may be involved in a scam and I'm trying to advise them and they don't want to listen. Or they think they know what they're doing, or they're not giving you the whole story. Like they'll ask you for help when there's, like they'll say, do you recommend a firewall utility? And it's like, what are you up to that you think you need a firewall? And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? And they get angry. It's like, no. You asked me because you're up to no good on the fucking computer, damn it. But let's get back to the topic real quick. David Glenn says, I've always believed that oil is a byproduct of certain subterranean microbes, but I also believe that we live in a simulation and we're entertainment content for higher dimensional beings. I don't know if I believe that, but anything's possible. Anything's possible, like seriously, you know? One thing is like, higher dimensional beings, I could buy that a little more than the basic, you know, interpretation of God, I guess. But then again, what is a God at that point, you know? You know, I find holy books on their own to be like hard to deal with. Like, I don't mind the ones that, you know, give you some virtuous ideas. I don't think that virtue requires religion, but you know, sometimes they go hand in hand. I just think that people's morality, that's what I mean. Morality shouldn't have to come from religion or from a holy book. If they happen to coexist, okay, that's cool, but I don't believe that, you know, one requires that that you absolutely need religion to have morality, I guess is what I'm saying. And it's funny, my good friend Floral from Under a Rock, like, he's been doing some like interesting streams about, you know, God and, you know, power to him. Because I also sympathize with religious people. Even though like 10 years ago, I went on a fucking like hardcore atheist like you know, like whatever you want to call it mode. And I was watching all of the atheist YouTubers until they became feminists. That's when they started doing Atheism Plus. But like the thing was that I realized that like it's not my place to rain on people's parade when they tell me that they believe in God. You know, it's like, you know, it's like every time someone would tell me like they do church, they do this, I'd have to like almost every time, if it was a friend of mine, like someone I was comfortable with, basically rain on their parade. It's like, why am I doing that? Like, let them believe, let them be happy, and you know what? Like, at least they're doing something relatively positive. But one time, a friend of mine, she said like, oh, she read this story about a girl who had a dream where she saw Jesus and she drew a picture of it. And it looked like regular, you know, white Jesus with the beard. And so it's like, well, she must have saw Jesus in that dream if she was able to draw a picture. I'm like, well, how do I know that she didn't just draw the Jesus that her parents taught her about? Like, they might say that she wasn't shown that picture before and that she drew it all on her own. But I'm sorry, if her family was already Christian, they've been to a church. Okay, they got pictures of Jesus, they got statues all over the fucking place. But nonetheless, it doesn't mean I have to tell people, like, you know, I didn't have to, at that point, being an atheist was like a religion to me, you know, like I was proselytizing atheism, if that makes sense, which is kind of ironic. On the other hand, when I got into astronomy, I started like seeing cool shit and I would gasp sometimes. Like first time I saw like a processed image of Jupiter, or even now, if I go and I put an eyepiece and I visually look through the lens and I look at Jupiter, I gasp, and it's like almost like communing with the creator. You know, it's like if there's a God, he contributed to creating this cool shit. Like this cool shit over here. But having this alone doesn't automatically prove that we have the guy with lightning bolts, you know, on a surfboard. But getting back on topic here. I don't know, maybe pumping sewage into deep wells might make more natural gas. Ooh, interesting. It's just methane, aka swamp gas, aka natural gas. Certainly natural gas is inherently dirty and less well refined, so that would be easier to produce. That is a funny thing, actually, and a little ironic. And yeah, voicemail via Facebook effectively. It's like it's in a text. It's not like a phone call. It's in a text conversation log, but it is effectively voicemail via Facebook. I definitely don't recommend Norton anything. Hell yeah. I do recommend old Norton paraphernalia. Like if you ever went to a computer fair and you got like like one of those like, you know, ID badge holders, the lanyard that has the Norton thing on it. I do recommend those. Those are cool. Like I have a Norton Systems Work lanyard, and you know, it used to be cool because back in Windows 98 days, Norton Systems Works was like, and Norton Utilities was a good way to like clean up the computer. So there's situations where you'd have to reinstall your operating system, but using Norton, you could just like run a registry scan and call it a day. So this time, I think I'm doing it wrong, but I think I'm just going to leave it like that and see how far it works out. You know, maybe the paint was spread evenly or something, but like... Did you guys see Nerdporeal Lifeform today? He had a pretty good guest. The guy was fun. Nice guy, too. I think his name was Petey York. Sound like I don't know Petey York, but his name sounded familiar enough. And I think he was selling a book on Amazon. I got a link. I think I put a link to the Nerdporeal stream. But anyway, let's look at the chat. I'm just gonna rinse my paintbrush. There we go. So I'm wasting airbrush cleaner to rinse my paintbrush, but that's okay. It's less chemically smelly. I definitely don't oh yeah, I'm having problems. More problems, and it appears law and ethics are more and more divorced. I'm having more problems, and it appears law and ethics are more and more divorced. More than a little ironic, Ronnie. Forgot what I said. Most antivirus programs are worse than the virus itself. Yeah, I caught the first 10 minutes of Nerdporeal stream. And that's about the time I crashed out. Well, yeah, you woke up early enough that you must have fallen asleep at a pretty early time. They were going for hours, yo. It was like 4 hours. It was even longer than the stream I did with Nerdporeal myself, which is cool. We had a good time, too. Time flew. So let's see. You're going to keep the telescope trained on this target with this filter until sunrise. It says it's going to keep shooting until 12:53 p.m., but of course, by then I would delete the extra images. And we'll just have to process it in red. I don't think there's enough time or clear atmospheric conditions to like do it any other way. I don't want to check the weather, but I should probably check the weather. A missionary for no God. I'm not judging, but I generally do not like the kind of atheists. To be fair, I'm not a fan of Jehovah's Witnesses either. I have a solution, however. If they make me read their book. I actually answered the door for Jehovah's Witnesses in my underwear before. But that kind of worked out to my favor because they left pretty quickly. I think I said some nice things about the Bible, but then I said I'm good. So that's the Gundam I'm painting right there. That's the back of the Gundam. So that's the part I've been painting over here. The bottom of the golden. Because this was all blue in the model kit. So I wanted to make that gold. Just kind of make it, you know, match. It wasn't absolutely necessary, but I was like, you know, now that I finished building this Gundam model, I'm like, well, how can I perfect it? Can I add some paint here and there? So I'm trying to carefully add some paint here and there. The Imperial Japanese Sun. Hey! Itadakimasu! Konnichiwa! Hey, why isn't this part waving? Sorry, I'm just doing sound frequencies. ASMR. Okay, I'm sorry. Stop. I'm trolling you guys. I pull out my old Marines manual, make them read that. It's like 3 inches thick. Oh, Jesus. Or, oh, the whole, what is it? The halls of Moctezuma. I love the old Marine hymn. Through the halls of Moctezuma. Dun, 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 dun. You know what? That's music I could probably get away with playing on stream. I could. Oh yeah, that's a cloud. That's a cloud. I'm just gonna let it rip. It's a minor miracle we're getting auto guiding here. I think half the stars are like fading away, but hey, if it works, it works. Hey, what up, Dusty Lamborghini? Good to see you. I don't even remember what I did to troll people. I'd go back to doing it if I remembered what I was doing to troll. Oh yeah, I remember this. There we go. Okay, good. Anyway, so I was talking to myself for a second there. I lost my screen. But yeah, so the atmospherics are getting in the way. I'm gonna go check the weather forecast real quick because I want to make sure, like, when I go to bed, that it doesn't just start freaking raining. Okay, I got like it's gonna rain on Saturday. It's fine. I just don't want it to rain on my telescope while I'm trying to fall, you know, while I'm trying to sleep, you know what I mean? But yeah, I think next time I'm gonna play some like army hymns. I'm gonna play the Air Force song. If I knew how to sing, you know what I would do? You know the Air Force song, I think it's called The Great Blue Yonder. It's like dun 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 dun, up we fly. Da, 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 da. Well, I want to change the words to say like something like nobody fucks with the motherfucking Air Force. So the song would be like the same, like, you know, melody, same rhythm, but it would be like the key, like chorus would be like nobody fucks with the Air Force. And I mean, I'm not like all gung ho like that. I mean, I do like the Air Force, but you know, I'm not, you know, blindly like, you know, in favor of any military organization. But I just think that would be a fun thing to do, you know? I'm going to put one more coat of paint on this, and I'm going to show you guys a funny thing. It's not really funny, but if you like gaming, you might like this. So I primed it. I don't know if I didn't put enough primer on it or what, but I just feel like the paint's not sticking the way I want it to. But this time, at least, I can't mess it up because I separated the extra pieces. So I'm just going to let the paint... I might be lobbing it on a little thick, but I just want to make sure the paint is definitely on there. and we're just gonna let it sit overnight. Also, it's possible this acrylic paint set is expired, because it had like a blue or a purple in there. I think it was the purple. There's like one color, there's like a green. The green was all effed up in this particular set. See, like, I bought this weird testers set. And I was like, oh, it's kind of cute. You know, I mean, same size, same amount of ink. It just comes with this different enclosure. Almost looks like a palette, but it's not a palette. Like, you know, I don't think you can use this triangular. I think they might be able to use this triangular space to mix paint, but probably not. If anything, they probably just did it to confuse me, you know? And yeah, I'm absolutely confused by this. In fact, it looks like these pieces... Oh, yeah, look at that. I didn't know that. These separate. I wonder if that means you could, like, empty these out and refill them with paint and have more of these together. But then again, I feel like these aren't that good because they don't really seal that well, right? But getting back on topic... Keep saying it. Getting back on topic. In 1979... a friend asked me if I wanted to play D&D, then handed me a photocopied manual the size of the NYC phone book and told me it was the rule book. I still don't know jack about D&D. Oh, they are still trying to kill D&D. Now, I wish I got a D&D, like a D&D group that had girls in it. That'd be kind of cool, you know? But other than that, seemed like, you know, hard to do mentally. You know, I was like, screw that. So let's see here. Let's put on some porn. No, I'm kidding. Oh yeah, actually I got something funny. Not funny, but interesting. So, like, my computer did a fucking update. And when it did this stupid ass update, it added this gosh darn search bar. So normally, I just want the start button. And without a search bar, I could just type in things and it'll find things, you know, and I could do it like that. And I could add shortcuts or pin them down, or I could just use the shortcut. I could use the keyword search, but you don't need that search bar there. So to reduce clutter, I usually tell it to hide that search bar. And I think you do it like this. Yeah. And so now when I click on it, even though there's no search bar, if I type words, see how the search bar comes up? So that works. Another thing I do in my Windows installation, you'll notice that my taskbar buttons are big rectangular things instead of being like these little, like, normally most people when they open up an app, it'll just highlight the icon for the application, but it'll stay small. And then if you have 3 instances of the app, you'll see like little dashes or little vertical lines. And so what I did was I right click on my taskbar and I go to taskbar settings on the bottom. And then down here, it says, in fact, I got 2 things enabled. I got use small taskbar buttons, so I keep the buttons small, which not everyone's going to want them small, but that's what I do there. Then it says combine taskbar buttons. So now, this is what most people have. So when they float their mouse over an app, like this is Google Chrome, there's only one icon for Chrome. And if you look, there's a little like red line that I don't think you can see it on my screen. I might be cropping part of the view. It looks like I might be cropping part of the view there. Whatever it is. So you can kind of see like a red line under the Google Chrome icon here. And that white or red line just tells me that that app is open. If I close it, that red line disappears. But it's so innocuous. And if I float my mouse over it, now I see that there's 3 Chrome, instances open. I also see that there's like a little, like vertical line that represents 3 instances. But I hate that shit. So I turned on this so that I say never combine taskbar buttons. So I get the big buttons that look like Windows 95 or Windows XP or Windows Vista or Windows 7 with these settings. In fact, Windows 7 is when they started collapsing, making the icons smaller. You can't do this on Windows 11 without a hack. You could do it, but you gotta like mess around with it. You gotta like trick the operating system to obey you. So anyway, let's see what else we got in chat. Ooh. They're still trying to kill it. The original TSR Gary Gygax books are probably worth some money now. I bet they are, David Glenn says. So real quick, before we cap this, we're going to take a look at the local galactic neighborhood. And actually, I'm going to show you something crazy cool. I'm going to show you guys something. Okay, scale. Okay, so I have to resize the window so that it fits neatly on the screen because I got to upload a video about video encoding. I took a bunch of videos that I had archived that were eating up a lot of space, and I was able to like compress them and automate the process into a batch process so that it doesn't, like, I don't have to like do them one at a time. So the Kuiper belt is different from the Oort cloud because the Kuiper belt is sort of like the asteroid belt. It's like a flat, relatively flat, and it's on the plane of the ecliptic like a ring. Sort of like the asteroid belt, which is between Mars and Jupiter. The Oort cloud is somewhat spherical. Like, it's definitely like comparatively three-dimensional, if that makes sense. So if we see, like, this is like an example of the Oort cloud, and in this picture it's cool because you can see like where in this, like, I think all of the known solar system, like Pluto, everything Pluto and inside of Pluto is like in this red circle, like over the fuck here. And the problem with the Oort cloud is it's like hundreds of AU, which one astronomical unit is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. And I'm pretty sure the Earth is like somewhere in the center of this, like it looks like it's next to the Sun, but it's not really next to the Sun. But that's because it's pretty much impossible to show the solar system to scale and fit it on a screen. And there's a sci-fi book, the Hyperion series by Dan Simmons, that conveyed this and made me interested in that topic. But like the Oort cloud is like, you know, an obscene distance. So we got like 1 AU is where the Earth is right here. Then from Earth to Saturn, that's 10 AU. Now, obviously, there's not 10 of these from here to Saturn. So right off the bat, you can see the scale has been fudged. Like Saturn should be way over here, but then it wouldn't fit in this picture. So then we get to Uranus, Neptune, and we get to the termination shock where, and the heliopause where Voyager 1 is 100 AU out. And it just passed the outside of the Kuiper belt, I think, at that point. And technically the Oort cloud is apparently in interstellar space. And, you know, you get comets that come from the Oort cloud, and it's pretty thick. Like you see, it ranges anywhere from like 1,000 AU to 100,000 AU. Now where the Oort cloud like fucking is a mind bleep, it almost looks like it's encroaching on other star systems, but then you realize 100,000 AU, and then we got 1,000,000 AU where Alpha Centauri is. So that's like 10 of these distances. This gap here is actually 10 of these distances, basically. So it's not all quite that close, but it almost appears, if I didn't know any better, that the Oort cloud is blurring the lines between us and the neighboring system, but I don't think that's actually what's happening there. You should learn Linux to avoid tech oligarchs. And look, I mean, I'll do what I can to help, or at least, you know, like, you definitely got to do your own legwork, but, you know, there's areas where I could sort of show the ropes or show how I use it. Now, unfortunately, it looks like Ubuntu is moving away from Debian apt package manager, and you can still use the Debian apt package manager, but it looks like if I want to keep using the apt package manager, I have to go for vanilla Debian Linux install. I'm going to go visit my friend tomorrow and see what he thinks. Yeah, so Flatpaks theoretically make things Linux easier, and Flatpaks are kind of cool in some ways, but they're fucking huge. At least that's what a friend told me, and it made sense when I looked into it. I was just so happy with the apt package manager. I've been using it for like over a decade, and I was a happy camper, you know, Dave. But maybe I can come to like Flatpaks, you know, like sometimes I you know, it's like I'm so accustomed to using apt and occasionally compiling the apps myself that when I hit a Flatpak, I'm like, I roll my eyes. I'm like, ugh, a fucking Flatpak, some shit I'm not familiar with. And sometimes they're super easy to install, like a .dpkg file, basically. But that being said, maybe not that bad. I mean, on my server, I'm running Proxmox, so I'm running containerized LXC containers with separate Linux installs, so to speak, or containerized instances of, Linux. And that's cool because it means that now when I install a new application or a new service that has dependencies, I don't have to worry about wrecking the rest of my systems. I remember I used to like mess shit up on my own server, and I'd have to like fix some problem that I created installing a new app because, maybe I had to like install an incompatible dependency or break something and fix something. And so like the containers are wonderful in that regard, they really are. But like I use it on my laptop, and the way I use it on my laptop is a little different. I'm using Linux Mint, but my laptop, one of these days I'll do a video about my laptop because that's a hell of a trip right there. That laptop is a trip. Like that thing was blue screening for no good reason on me, and it works more reliably when I run Linux on it, so I just don't run Windows on it at all anymore. Like, in fact, I still have Windows installed on it, but I probably shouldn't. But it's like that laptop is unreliable enough that it doesn't reliably go into sleep mode. Apparently, it's actually a known issue with a lot of like newer laptops when it comes to going into sleep mode. And because I can't reliably go into sleep mode, sometimes it'll stay half on when it's in sleep mode, and like the battery will still last like 24 hours, but it's actually kind of on, and other times the screen won't wake up. And anyway, so that's a whole other topic. I think the belt will eventually be larger things, part of the accretion disk. I never realized the Oort cloud was outside of the heliopause. Yeah, that's kind of bizarre, isn't it? I spent days trying to track down certain lib packages. Oh god, yeah, tell me about it. What the hell? There was, a week ago, there's some dumb app I needed to run in. Oh, it was on my fucking Steam Deck. That's different. Now, Steam Deck is cool in many ways. I love the work they did on Proton, but when you're in the desktop mode of Arch Linux, turns out that I have to like make parts of the file system read-write that are currently read-only to install certain apps that are not in the App Store, and I'm like on the fence about doing that right now. But I'm gonna show you some cool stuff here. So we got to look at that. But there's a website that shows the solar system to scale, and I gotta find it. But it's like, it was weird because it was very. Oh, here it is. This is it. Okay, this is great. Okay, the moon. If the moon were 1 pixel. Scroll to explore. So it is a horizontal scroll bar on the bottom of the screen. Oops, went too fast already. Let's press the arrow key. Right, so we got the moon is 1 pixel, the sun is over here, and we're counting kilometers. And we can click on a pull down menu. This is about 10 million kilometers just now. Pretty empty out here. And I'm just going to save us time. We can do AU. So we can do AU. We can do millions of miles. So here comes our first planet. Mercury. Then, of course, we're going to hit Venus. Then eventually we got to hit Earth, right? Earth is 1 AU. And I'm going to skip a lot of this, but I just want to demonstrate. So, okay, Earth, the moon. Yes and no, regarding the Steam Deck. It was worth it for me. Is it still worth it? It's a tough question, because now Lenovo's got some new shit coming out. Assuming that the new thing that Lenovo is going to come out with is available, and assuming that RAM could be upgraded on it, that's kind of interesting to me. I would love to have like a 2 terabyte SSD on my Steam Deck, but it uses a small SSD. I might put a 1 terabyte SSD in at some point, but I've been holding off to see if I can get a good price on a 2 terabyte. And I might dual boot it eventually, but probably not, because I'm so happy with Proton, even though it's not perfect. Like, I used to make fun of people who put Windows on their Steam Deck until I realized some people were dual booting. I was like, okay, that's a bit more reasonable. But I also rely heavily on remote play. So games that run properly on my desktop, my Windows desktop, I can, you know, remotely run it. If I'm hardwired, it's good. When I'm on Wi-Fi, it tends to run really good too. Okay, so these are like the 4 largest moons of Jupiter. And we're 5.2 AU out, and the scroll bar is only a quarter out. And it says some shit about snowflakes and yada yada yada, and we just go out and out. 25 AU. And then some guy goes, might as well stop now. We'll need to scroll another 6,771 maps like this before we see anything else. So what was Pluto? Okay, so Pluto, and we got to go 6,671, like full, this entire shit we just scrolled through to see anything else. So like this one was kind of a cool thing to conceptualize the obscene size of the solar system. And unfortunately, these diagrams didn't convey it perfectly here, but like if we look at, like, we got some weird elliptical orbits. So we got, you know, intersecting orbits. Then we got Sedna, which I think Sedna is close to the size of Pluto. Bear in mind, Pluto, I'm pretty sure, is like somewhere here. And these things are wide elliptical orbits. Some of them go kind of vertical over the plane of the ecliptic. This is the speculated position of Planet 9, and either this is assuming a binary star that is unknown, or maybe from a whole other system. I'm not really sure. But people think that reason some of these things have weird orbits is because there's a supermassive object that we have yet to discover. Never used Steam Deck, but it runs Linux with Proton. There's got to be a situation where it has trouble with EA games. Oh, yeah. I'm pretty sure, too. But, you know, remote play. And Parsec was pretty good for remote, too. Pluto is 30 AU out. Kuiper Belt is about 50 AU out. Sedna is somewhere here. You got Eris, which is Loki's wife. Now, but jokes aside, it's on an elliptical orbit. Eris is about the size of Pluto. Pluto is over here. I don't think this is the scale either. But this yellow thing where the Kuiper Belt is 50 AU. And Eris is way out. And Sedna, look at Sedna. Sedna's orbit doesn't even fit. So earlier we saw a map where we saw Sedna. Eris is on a relatively close orbit, but Sedna is on this obscenely elliptical orbit. And what's interesting is that Sedna passes pretty close to the rest of the solar system on one side. I think they call it periapsis and apogee, I forget. But then on the far side, it's way out there. And I think it's out here right now. So we can get like an answer. How big is Sedna's orbit? Let's take a look real quick and then I'll wrap up before I go crazy. It's 11,400 years. 90377 Sedna. And there's a picture if you want to see what Sedna looks like. Don't say I don't do anything nice for you guys. See, I showed you a great picture of Sedna. 11,000 year orbit. Pluto is what, like 300 years? What about Eris? Eris, the dwarf planet, is about 40 AU out, depending on where you're looking. There's a nice picture of Eris right over there. One day I'm going to do a video about it and put a cat with a fez hat on it as a gag relating to a friend or a friend's wife. And that'll be fun. But it has an aphelion of 97 AU, a perihelion of 38 AU. So, you know, you can see like it's pretty elliptical orbit. It's a 559. So we go from a 559 year orbital period to 11,000 year orbital period. And so I remember years ago, there was a guy named Bill Chapman, and he was a big silver bug. Like he talked about, you know, stacking silver, collecting silver, and I happen to have a really cool silver coin right over here. If you guys want to see some cool shit right here, look at that shit. It's got, I think, oh, is this in a bag still? Yeah, this one's in a bag, so I'm not going to take it out. But I have one of these that's not in a bag. Like, I don't remember having this in a bag. Okay, so I must have opened up the other one. Oh, yeah, I think I dropped one of these and it had a crack on the side. So I was able to open it up. But it's like, you know, some pork. And this is a 5-ounce silver piece right here. And it looks like a quarter, right? You got like GW right there. But it's huge. It's huge. So anyway, I forgot my brain, too many chemicals. Well, basically, no, what happened was, so the guy who does a morning show, Loki's Mornings of Mischief, his girlfriend slash fiance, soon to be wife, like this week, when she appeared on streams, she often didn't show her face on stream, or she does show her face sometimes, but she would have like an avatar of a cat wearing a fez. So it'd be a black cat with a fez, and she's a very witty personality. Like, I think she has a pretty good sense of humor. It's an interesting, like, not dry sense of humor, but like, I don't know, it's like there's a certain type of wit that's just funny. Like, I don't know how to describe it, but I often was amused. And so, like, I just see, like, a black cat with a fez on its head. So I'm like, it's Fez Cat. So what I want to do is, like, do a video where I talk about the dwarf planet Eris, but, like, maybe, like, have a thumbnail for the video where it's got, like, it's wearing a fez on top of the planet, maybe. Some shit like that, you know? Or maybe make it look like a cat with a fez on its head. Although that might be going too far. I'm not trying to overly make it identify, but, you know, like a little nod to my friends, you know, that's all. No, she's not British as far as I don't think she's British. No, I don't think she's British. Unless she's putting on an American accent and hiding a British accent, I don't think she's a Brit. And I met, you know, when I visited the HoloCon, met Loki, met Eris, met everyone else. Met all of the crew. Met Mexican Iron Man. I drove around in a car with Mexican Iron Man. I have a Mexican Iron Man challenge coin taped to my monitor mount. Oh, and I can actually retrieve it because actually it's not taped. So remember when the time that Mike Pence betrayed the country and they gave him a challenge coin? Well, that's what happened when I got this. No, I'm kidding. But look, see, it looks like a Ninja Turtle, but it's really Iron Man, but it's Mexican Iron Man. He's got green, white, and red. And because Mexican Iron Man is a patriot, he's got an American flag and the Mexican flag. And he's got the YouTube logo. It's got Dr. Victor Doomcock here, or whatever his name is, Victor Doomcock. I think that's Harvey. Mexican Iron Man. And then it's in this, like, it's almost like a plastic, like, polymer film in a case that you can open, but obviously I don't want to ruin it, so I'm not going to open it. And it says Mexican Iron Man, and it's got like a Loki's Mornings of Mischief logo behind the Echo Base Network, because this was given out or as part of some kind of special edition for Echo Base Network, and then you got him doing an action pose. Yeah, so one time she actually did a stream when Loki was like out going to the doctor, so she substituted for him. That was fun. Another time, like during the late show, she'll come on, or one time she used to do this routine like right after Frost. Remember Frost from Tech TV or G4 Tech TV? She did a Frost impersonation. I mean, this girl put on a wig, a blonde wig, and appeared on the stream and just started acting like Frost, being like girl power and all this shit, and it was funny. That shit was kind of funny, you know. So that's some of what you can, you know, what you could expect from that young lady. All right, I keep saying that I'm done, but I just want to put another coat on here. I mean, look at that. Does that look done to you? Look, you can see the gray shining through it. I feel like we need more paint on there. Am I doing it wrong? Probably. There we go. Good. I want to stand it up. I want it to stand up. I want it to stand up like something like that. All right, that's gonna have to do. All right, I'm gonna truly wrap this up. You people have been wonderful. As much entertainment for me as I've been for you. Perhaps we'll talk about dwarf planets another day in greater detail, but I think if I get in the weeds on that, I'll just deprive myself of audiobook quality time before falling asleep, and we can't have that now. Now, but jokes aside, it's been a delight. Probably not going to stream again unless I do it in the afternoon, early evening, or Saturday. And of course, there's always that Monday show, if nothing else. And just real quick, I have a ragdoll cat. She's different, very dog-like. So much so, her last name is Underfoot. Cats are cool, says David Glenn, and JLM responds, I'd rather have a dog. But man, a cat is better than no pet at all. I'd rather have a turtle. In fact, I gotta give her more water. There's been a bit of evaporation in her tank lately. I need to top off her water. Yeah, they're pretty good escape artists. I mean, she's not getting out in this one. But one time, the turtle on the right, her sister in the corner there, that's Squirtle. Her stepsister's on the right side. See that scoot? I'm holding that scoot in my hand. I'm holding a scoot in my hand because when I was looking at the top, I had to build a vertical barrier. So you can see how there's a baby gate that prevents this turtle from climbing over the thing to the other side. But while I was there, I looked on top of the baby gate that's like shaped like a T basically. And I found this. That thing that I'm holding in my hand, that's a scoot. That's a segment of the turtle shell. And the turtle on the bottom, if you look at the fingerprint or the little dark spots on that scoot, it matches her shell. So that means this girl here on the right somehow managed to climb on top of this ragtag barrier that's supposed to prevent both of them from climbing to the other side. She climbed around it and stood on top of it. And then I guess instead of going to the other side, decided to go back to her side of the tank, or maybe she just fell down by accident. But somehow, in the act of doing that, she shedded a scoot and left it there. And I would never have known that she got up there if I didn't see that evidence. So that's like the crazy shit turtles would do. Turtles have some personality. You'd be surprised. They got personality, guys. They really do. They're fucking crazy sometimes. Gotta love them. Oh man, I got primer on my keyboard. And it looks like I didn't clean it off in time. Let's see if we can clean off the primer on my keyboard real quick. Before I go to bed. So you see the primer on the keyboard there? Yeah. Looks like I can get the primer off. Sometimes this primer, what it does is it goes on like dust. And you can get it off, and other times it adheres pretty well, and you get a harder time taking it off. But it looks like the chemical I just used gets it off. Also, I have a key plucker, so if I have to. Okay, I don't know why that. Oh God, am I gonna look like an asshole breaking my keyboard? Okay, there we go. See, and I gotta clean each key on this keyboard, but overall, they work. It's a mechanical keyboard. It's got a clicky mechanism on it. So that's fun. Anyway, with that being said, do you guys have any questions, comments, or ideas before I give my usual sign-off spiel? This guy made a pet from a grocery store lobster. Oh yeah, I seen that guy. That was cool. That was cool. I remember that was cute and friendly and very like magnanimous of that man to make a pet out of a lobster. And I hear they could live like indefinitely or some crazy shit. I pulled a caps lock off every key. What? Why? I mean, I don't really have any issue with it, to be honest. I'm just kind of curious why. But I mean, look, let's be real here. We're of a different age group, David Glenn. And I don't say that because I'm trying to accuse you of being old. I say that because people who are older than me have this tendency to type with the caps lock because it's easier to read. So I'm wondering if you do it so that to prevent people who you share your computer with, perhaps, from typing in caps lock. You know, I would respect that. Hell, I'd be tempted to do it to other keyboards. I don't need to do it to my keyboard. Sometimes I need the caps lock on. Like if I'm doing something that's case sensitive, I need to do it, you know? But let's take a quick look here. I just remembered something here. I might leave my computer on when I go to bed, because I can give it something to do. What is my computer going to do? Well, I have a video encoder that's not running anymore because the fucking computer rebooted on me. God dang Windows updates. So I guess no time like the present. So if I go into my OBS recordings folder, I have a folder for like October 2022. I have multiple folders here. So we can take August. We can take September. I gotta check on the legendary Tron. I think he's doing fine, but I mean, he's doing as good as he can be doing, but you know, I want to see if we want to do a collaboration. I had an idea for a collab with him. Oh, that's weird. I accidentally saved a bunch of files to this folder. No big deal, just they're in there. Oh man, I hit a effing garbage truck. And you know what that means? The garbage truck is gonna pass by me twice. Okay, so this is the cool trick I discovered. I can take this app, I can say, okay, take my video that I input, convert it to a different codec, X265, make it an MKV file, use these settings, don't crop it, don't resize it, copy the audio track, don't use any filters, and then I just open up multiple files, and it's basically good enough to be convenient, you know? So then I can highlight like a bunch, but if you highlight too many, it'll get overloaded. I always hit it by accident. You know what? And it is a pretty large key. And if you hit it by accident and you're not trying to use it, it's like, yeah, that could be annoying. I could definitely respect that. And that's cool. I gotta check out the Lobster guys soon, because if I forget, remind me. Maybe we'll watch it. We'll do a reaction stream or something. Yeah, I mean, like you said, there's a guy that does that, but he's got vision problems, so I refrain from nitpicking. Yeah, I mean, like, I also know, you know, I gotta be reasonable at times, you know, strike a balance, but it's when I know someone perfectly able-bodied, that's when I'm like, bro. Like, come on, bro. Or family member. So actually, we're going to tell it to generate a file name. And so it's going to take all of these inputs and it's going to generate a new file name for each of those inputs. And then the only other thing I need to do is make sure that I put a suffix in the file name. So unfortunately, it doesn't let you put a space in the suffix. So I have to put a hyphen, underscore at the beginning, basically, because I don't really have any other way to do it that doesn't piss me off. Like, I don't want to start with a hyphen in this case. So whatever, as long as I know, because I like to have a suffix telling me that the video file has been re-encoded. In fact, I like to put the word recode in the beginning. So we put like recode. And then what we do is we just add it to the batch. And I think if I hit this button, it'll add it to the batch and start it right away. So there we go. I meant to hit the record button so I could record a video on how to do that, but that's okay. I'll do another one. So let's see here. Yeah, I think, okay, so you got all your messages in, gentlemen, I see. Clean this shit up tomorrow, and I'm gonna finish, you know, let that paint dry overnight. I'm not gonna put another coat on it anytime soon. Not that I intend on, at least. Maybe another coat. I don't know. I'm not gonna mess with it right now, okay? It's bedtime. audiobook and bedtime. But yeah, gentlemen, David, Glenn, JLM, I want to thank you guys for tuning in tonight and hanging out with me, or on this fine morning, I should say. And I want to thank everybody else who dropped in, like Mikkel, SSG 1122112211. No, I'm kidding. Nice girl though. And you know, everyone else who dropped in. And with that being said, for anybody who's watching on the replay, if you're watching on the replay, please like and subscribe. If you have any questions, comments, or ideas, please leave a comment. Please like and subscribe. And for now, we